Okay, good morning and welcome back to 23-1102. Do we have any administrative matters before we begin? Attorney Venora.
Yes, good morning. We have a new panel to swear in, but before we do that, we have two of the three read-ins that we can provide at this time.
Okay, great. On.
Morning. Mr. Hurwitz, since our last hearing, were you able to locate the information requested in read-in MM?
I was. Our research was unable to identify a specific approval for the company's SCG's purchase of 60 Marshall Road at the time it occurred. However, 60 Marshall Road was reflected in the company's proposed and ultimately approved rate base in its 2017 rate case, docket number 170542.
Thank you very much. And were you also able to locate the information requested in read-in OO?
I was. That read-in related to the $675,000 credit to the company's environmental deferral for earnings sharing. That credit related to earnings sharing from calendar year 2021. The specific reference is to motion number 38 in docket number 170542. The authority's response to that motion was filed on June 23rd, 2022. A copy of that document was provided in this proceeding as EOE 111 CNG SCG attachment 2. And the specific portion of that attachment authorizing the $675,000 credit to our environmental deferral can be found on pages 17 and 18 of that document.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurwitz. And as Attorney Venora mentioned, I believe that just leaves read-in KK.
Okay, thank you. Any other administrative matters from the company? Thank you. Any other party or intervener with administrative matters this morning? Okay, if not, Attorney Vaughn, did you want to introduce your panel and I will swear in the new witnesses?
Yes, thank you. I'll ask the panel members, beginning with Ms. Lawson, to please state your full names and positions for the record.
Michelle Lawson, Manager of Pricing and Analysis, Sales Forecasting.
Michael Pertel, Director, Regulatory.
Hannah Taiki, Manager of Pricing Analysis Regulatory.
Mark Marini, Senior Director, Regulatory.
Good morning, Greg Therian, Concentric Energy Advisors.
Vicky Jamal, Concentric Energy Advisors.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have a full new panel.
All new. Yes.
Okay, very good. If all the witnesses could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath at the conclusion of the oath. If you could affirm by saying I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you. Mr. Pertel and Ms. Lawson, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits CNG-MJP-MCL 1 through 3 and exhibits SCG-MJP-MCL 1 through 3?
Yes.
Did you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in an interrogatory response?
Yes, we have one correction. Interrogatory CIEC-013 requested the company had updated the revenues for the 2023 calendar year. In that response, table row 17, the special contracts line, the revenues included revenues associated with interruptible service customers, which should have been removed as those are reconciled through the PGA. This supplement is consistent now with the test year and rate year, and it should be noted that this was just an update of the actual revenues for 2023, and it has zero impact on the revenues associated with the test year or the rate year.
Thank you. Subject to that correction, do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Marini, Ms. Ataki, Mr. Therian, and Mr. Ramal, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits CNG-RDCOS 1 through 6 and exhibits SCG-RDCOS 1 through 6?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
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 And do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in an interrogatory response?
Yes, we do. We have one corrections to do for interrogatory RRU 662. F question is asking for the total annual NFM credited back to the ratepayers via the PGA. For the answer, we had to revise 2014 amount to exclude duplicate PGA NFM.
Thank you. And subject to that correction, do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
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 The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. And just to confirm, the two corrections, CIEC 13 and RRU 662, has the company or will the company be refiling those corrections?
We will be filing supplemental responses for those. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will begin across by authority staff. Mr. Skarzinski is up first, please.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Gillette, Vice Chairman Bukowski, Commissioner Karen, and good morning, panel. Thank you for being here. I'd like to start with a few questions regarding other revenues. And if you can refer to Schedule CNG WPC 3.01B, Line 9, Intercompany Revenues.
We're there.
Okay, thanks. The company provided intercompany revenues of 2.759 million for the 2022 test year, and also forecasted the same amount, 2.759 million for the rate year. Is that correct? Okay. If you can refer to the response to OCC 175, please.
We're there.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in the Part C of the response, the intercompany revenue represents employee-based salaries and expenses for shared work performed in other Avangrid operating companies? Is that accurate?
Just getting there. Yes.
Okay. And within the same response, moving to Part D, the company indicated did not adjust the rate year for certain line items in the WP 3.01B schedule that we looked at a minute ago. And it stated that its practice is to repeat the prior year's actual amount as the forecast for next year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that methodology was applied to the intercompany revenues as well?
Correct.
Okay. And sticking with the same response, in attachment 1 of OCC 175, the company provided intercompany data through October 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it reasonable to assume that during the 22-month time interval between the end of the test year and the beginning of the rate year, that CNG employee salaries have likely changed due to increases or that over that period of time?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. If the employee's salaries and expenses changed since the end of the test year, why didn't the company adjust its rate year forecast for intercompany revenues given the interval between the test and rate year?
Yeah, Mr. Skarzinski, that you've pointed out an oversight. This is definitely something we could revisit.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a late filed exhibit that provides the intercompany revenues through year end 2023? And Chairman?
Yes, that will be 189.
Okay, and then if you need a title, CNG year end 2023 intercompany revenues?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Patel. Okay, could you refer to RRU 689, attachment 1? And Mr. Theron, I think this might be in your area. It's the update to the revenue dashboard. Rates dashboard, I'm sorry.
One minute, please. Thank you.
I could also provide another reference that's very similar. I know that I'm aware that the numbers and same numbers that I'm going to focus in are in two places. So if this helps, RRU 328, attachment 1, page 5. That was the copy of the presentation from the revenue audit.
Okay.
The only reason I mentioned the other one, it was
So it just takes a minute.
Oh,
I
sure.
think that's probably
Okay.
where you have the crux of your question, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's loaded, Chair.
Okay, I'm focusing in on the delivery revenues by class table that excludes the gas costs. And I'm looking at the original reference, the 689. In the category SCIS and other, that includes special contracts and interruptible services. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain why the delivery revenues from the special contracts and interruptible sales, or IS, would remain at just over 10 million for the rate year? It's the same as the test year, 10.009 million.
Sure, let's address that in two pieces. The special contracts, the delivery portion of the special contracts are fixed, so they wouldn't change. And on the interruptible side, interruptible is a bundled service where it includes both the delivery portion and the commodity portion. But for pricing competitive purposes with alternative fuels, it's shown as one number. But for purposes here of just the distribution portion, there's really no better way to forecast what that delivery portion would be. It's really based on short-term market influences and what types of margin you can get. And seeing that these interruptible margins are then essentially flowed back to ratepayers through the IS mechanism, the forecast becomes less important. So the approach was to hold them the same.
A couple follow-ups. Do any of the special contract customers have price escalation factors, or would the delivery portion of any special contract customers' bills be adjusted for any increase to a specific rate class resulting from this proceeding on the delivery side?
No.
Okay. And would delivery or distribution portions of IS interruptible customers' monthly bills be adjusted for any increases to a specific rate class resulting from this proceeding?
No.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to the sales forecast and if we could refer to exhibit CNG MJP/MCL-1, page 7. Ms. Lawson and Mr. Patel. Sure. Yes, it's the initial testimony in the application, page 7. Okay. And I didn't give you the line, so really I'm focusing in on lines 1 through 7, if that helps. Couple of questions. For the residential customer classes, there was a difference in the forecasting methodologies utilized by the company for the general service and residential heating classes versus the residential multi-dwelling classes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you briefly explain the use per customer forecast methodology that was used for the general and residential heating classes and why the company finds this methodology to be appropriate for these classes?
Sure, I can speak to that, Mr. Skarzinski. So typically the residential use per customer is stable through time with a slight decrease based in embedded efficiency gains with appliance turnover, right? A new furnace is more efficient than an old one. So that's industry-wide. Use per customer is primarily, the variance is driven by weather and potentially price, right? There's really not a lot of correlation between income and gas use because you're limited in the number of gas appliances you can have in a residential household. So the econometric model tries to estimate the impact of weather, price, seasonality. With the gas industry, there's a significant seasonal factor in the usage. And this is one of the more prevalent approaches to forecasting gas use on a residential basis. On RMDS, the multi-dwellings, we attempted to build models similar, but it's really hard to predict multi-dwelling, right? These are apartment buildings, essentially. There did not seem to be any distinct patterns in history with respect to correlation with population or households or any particular underlying driver. So therefore, we didn't apply that same methodology for the RMDS or the non-residential, the CNI classes.
Okay, and so you anticipated my next question is on the RMDS. In the testimony, you said used historical forecasting methodology. Could you just elaborate a little bit what that means? Is that actual billing? What's the difference?
Yeah, it's actual billed volumes that go through a customer meter monthly. And we have a roughly a 10-year sample of monthly data. And we estimate the relationship between our independent or driver variables, if you will. Once we capture that relationship, we use a forecast, and the forecast of the underlying economic drivers is provided by IHS Markit, and weather, we assume a normal weather in the future periods.
Is the use per customer forecasting methodology utilized for general and residential heating classes and the historical build methodology used for the residential multi-dwelling forecast consistent with the forecasting methodologies that the company has used in its most recent rate case?
In the most recent rate case, the company had a consultant that used a similar underlying econometric model, right? The specification might have been slightly different, but the modeling methodology is similar from a general standpoint.
Okay. 1 minute. Oh, sorry. If you can turn to page 9, please.
Okay.
And on page 9 of your testimony, you mentioned that the company made out-of-model adjustments to the CNG to this because of the CNG energy efficient group. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are the amount of the out-of-model are the amounts of the usage volume out-of-model adjustments quantified by rate class anywhere in your testimony or in another exhibit?
One moment, let me.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Skarsgård, I don't believe so, and I don't recall an interrogatory asking for the specific energy efficiency out of model adjustments.
I agree with that. So I need to ask that is if you could turn to CNG MJP MCL -2, page 4, it's an exhibit to your testimony. What I would like to get is a late filed exhibit that basically adds a column to the right that reflects the usage out of model adjustments. Is that possible? And it could be at the level of the general class detail that you have. I know you have industrial and commercial combined, and that's fine.
Yeah, so adding a column to the right with the total units that the forecast was reduced for the assumed out-of-model energy efficiency adjustments.
Yes,
correct?
that would be
Okay.
great. So
Yep.
Chairman, I'd like to get another late filed, and it's,
I've got it. Thank you.
okay, I
It,
didn't know if you need a title. Sorry.
I got it. It's late file exhibit 190. So we're going to refer to exhibit CNG, MJP, MCL 2, page 8, and update to add a column that reflects out of model adjustments by MCF.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Okay, and Mr. Patel, you mentioned this already. That was my pause before, but I realized I wanted to ask this still. Just want to confirm for the commercial and industrial customer classes, the company utilized econometric modeling to develop its sales forecast. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you very briefly describe the mechanics of econometric modeling?
Yeah, generally, if you can identify causal factors that are driving whatever you're trying to predict, in this case is volumes, right? CCFs or decatherms for the customer. The general assumption is the basic economic law of demand is that price and income drives consumption. So identifying a specific driver, whether it's unemployment, whether it's GDP or GDP manufacturing, if we're trying to isolate just industrial, as well as the price variable that we deflate. And then we have weather variables and then monthly binary or dummy variables, as we call them, to capture seasonality. So this is the general assumption of what drives gas volumes. So you have a sample, a historical sample, and we use monthly data to capture that seasonality. And we estimate the relationship between all of those individual driver variables and say the 10-year sample of actual sales. And each variable has its own coefficient. That's essentially the relationship, right? So in simplified terms, it would be like a line, right? You've got this slope, but this is a multi-dimensional. Weather has its own impact. GDP has its own impact. Price has its own impact, and presumably that's negative, right? The inverse relationship. And once you've established that relationship, you apply forecasts of those driver variables. The economic data comes from IHS Markit. They provide a forecast for us. The weather, we assume normal heating degree days by month going forward. And we apply those relationships to the forecast of those driver variables to generate a unit forecast. And that's That's where those billing determinants come in. For customers, residential is more straightforward. We have regressed and when I say regress, that just means we're in the Y variable on the left side, we have residential customers. What drives customer growth? Well, we want to establish a relationship between either households or population, and we test both to see which one gives us a better fit. And we use our historical sample, we estimate that relationship, and then we test how close we are. And there's certain summary statistics. One's called an R-squared. That's a general, that's between 0 and 1. And on average, it explains how much of the variance in the history is captured by the model. And like for residential heat customers, we get R-squareds almost to 1. For 200,000 customers, we're forecasting within 300-400 customers. That's an extremely strong model. We get a forecast of households for Connecticut or for the local service area from IHS Market, and we apply that relationship to develop. I've actually been tracking how our forecasts have been doing, and I focus on the res heat because it's the largest class. And for both companies, actually we're talking CNG right now, the variance, the MAPE, the mean average percent error, we're within a couple hundred customers from what our projected forecast was.
Okay, thank you. Is the use of this econometric modeling to develop commercial and industrial rates in the company's application consistent with the forecasting methodology from CNG's prior rate case?
Yeah, the methodology in general is the same. However, in the prior case, a consultant was employed to develop the modeling. This year, we've done it ourselves in-house.
Okay. I think this is going to you, Mr. Therian. I'd like to ask a couple of questions on the revenue allocation, and I'm going to refer you back to RRU 689 attachment 1, please, the updated rates dashboard. Okay. Is it correct to say that the table in the graph shown on the attachment shows the rate of return under CNG's current rates based on the allocated cost of service study, or ACOS?
The rate of return ratio or the rate of return period? Both, they're both derived from proposed revenues and the allocated cost of service models cost allocation, correct?
Okay, yes. Can you explain what the index of return in the table represents?
Certainly, the index of return is set equal to 1.0 when it equals the pro forma proposed overall system rate of return. So in this particular case, the overall system rate of return is 7.82%. So the ratio is 1.0. The ratio would be less than 1.0 if the class calculated rate of return was less than 7.82%.
Okay, thank you. Can you summarize the index of return findings for in terms of the main customer rate classes?
Certainly. Let's start with residential non-heating. And not surprisingly, it's the lowest overall rate of return. That's fairly typical when you have low-use customers and a volumetric rate that collects fixed costs. So put differently, we somewhat try to temper the monthly fixed charges and then collect volumetrically. That rate class tends to underperform, so their proposed ratio is 0.65 compared to the 1.00 system average. We will note that that is a significant increase from the present rate of return ratio of 0.22. So we are making strides in order to improve that overall rate of return. The residential heating class has historically been fairly close to 1.0. The rate increase itself would help effectuate a change from 0.83 to 0.91. So we're getting closer to 1.0. Residential multi-dwelling service is slightly, well, I'll say below the 1.0. It's at 0.76. Again, there is movement in our proposal to increase that from the current ratio of 0.67. So as a general matter, the three residential classes require an above average increase in order to help elevate their rate of returns closer to the 1.0 target. When you get into commercial and industrial classes, it's the opposite. They tend to over-collect their cost allocations and have a higher than 1.0 rate of return ratio. For instance, the small general service class at present rates has a 1.70 rate of return ratio. We are proposing a less than, a lower than system average increase, which would then produce a 1.44 proposed ratio. So again, we're moving in the right direction, but not quite achieving 1.0. Similarly with MGS and LGS, respectively, they're at 1.63 and 1.52 today. And with our proposed lower than system average increase, it would bring their ratios down to 1.38 and 1.28. So as the rate of return ratio chart shows on the attachment RRU 681, or excuse me, 689, the bars are getting closer to the 1.0 flat level. And that's really the rate gradualism that we attempt to make movements with over time as we do rate design.
Okay, and I think you just answered the next question, so I'm going to skip to the next one. Is did the company establish any overall threshold or parameter in its proposed revenue allocation and rate design to minimize rate shock to CNG customers? If yes, can you describe the thresholds?
Certainly. There's two considerations that we took. One at the class level amongst the classes, and one at the class level within the class. So amongst the classes, we set a ratio of 1.25 and 0.75. So put differently, the system average increase of 8.96% would equal 1. So the highest increase that we would recommend would be 1.25 times 8.92. And by way of example, and then we couldn't get quite perfect to 1.25, but the residential non-heating class, the most underperforming class, we propose a revenue ratio increase of 1.23 times the system average, or 10.98%. So at the class level, those underperforming classes, they get higher than the system average, but no more than 125% of that average. And then conversely, I guess by way of example, the large general service class, we are proposing a ratio increase of 0.83. So that results in a proposed 7.8% increase, which is less than the 8.92 system average. So that takes care of the guidelines that we self-imposed for rate gradualism at the class level amongst the classes.
Okay.
And then within the class, there's no ratios per se, but what we did was it's called a bill frequency analysis, where we dissect the usage into 10 deciles. And we look at what the rate increases would be for customers within those 10 rate deciles, and make sure that we don't have anything that seems unreasonable.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to topically move on to rate mechanisms, and I'd like to start with DIMP. And if you can refer to the testimony Exhibit CNG-RD COS-1, page 20. And this is the initial testimony for the rates and cost of service panel.
I have that. We have that. Do you have that? Okay, we're ready.
Okay. And, I'm focusing in on the bottom line 7 through 12. First question is, the company's rate design proposed to roll in 100% of the DIMP revenue requirements into base rates. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you confirm the amount that CNG is requesting to roll into base rates is 41.728 million? And give you a reference from exhibit CNG SCG RRP-8.
One minute, please. We're just
Sure.
trying to confirm that number.
Absolutely.
Well, that one. Right. 41,728,000. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Under the company's proposal, if approved, the DIMP reconciliation rate mechanism would be reset to 0 as of November 1st, 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct. There could be a reconciliation of previous DIMP activity that could flow through, but the base amount would be 0.
In, I'm not going to refer you to there. I'm just going to ask the question. If you need to go there, that's fine. In exhibit E 1.1, those are the scored tariffs. Is that right? Are the scored DIMP rates from that filing representative of CNG's current DIMP rates?
So I'm looking at exhibit 1.0. That's the scored one. So the DIMP for those rate classes were for 2023. So we're effective May 1st, 2023 throughout April 2024. Currently, we have new DIMP out there that were effective May 1st, 2024.
Okay, so in other words, to the original question, the answer is no, that what is in the scored tariffs doesn't reflect the current DIMP rates.
Correct.
Okay. And thank you. And so under the proposal, when rates are reset to zero, then no DIMP revenue charges between November 1st, 2024 through April 30, 2025 would be collected through the rate mechanism. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So is it inevitable that a DIMP revenue shortfall would occur during this time period going into next year's reconciliation? Where I'm going with this up front is to try to understand what the future is going to look like with the DIMP reconciliations.
So the first year following the implementation of new rates, and let's say day one, for any previous DIMP capital investments, there would be no rate recovery through the DIMP mechanism. That would be recovered through base rates. I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there could be a reconciliation amount, positive or negative, based on actual DIMP revenues versus the calculated DIMP revenue requirement from the previous DIMP period. So that first year post new rate implementation, there could be a small charge or a small credit for that first year based on the reconciliation amount. Any investment in the first year after the implementation of new rates generates a revenue requirement and a DIMP rate that would be placed into service the following year. So year plus one.
So stated differently, what you're saying is it would be the incremental DIMP investment we would see in the reconciliation next year?
I need to make sure I understand the incremental DIMP investment. Do you mean the DIMP investment that occurs post like day one, starting on day one and thereafter? Or?
Yes, under the premise of your testimony a minute ago that stated everything's rolled into the base rates from the what's teed up or filed through the prior year's DIMP reconciliation.
That's correct. So the rate year, okay, which is really the year day one, and then the next 365 days is really rate year one. If you had no reconciliation of previous periods, your DIMP rate would be zero until year two, because those investments were contemplated and included into the revenue requirement.
I have to ask this because I just need to understand things a little bit more. A minute ago, you had said about being folded into base rates. So moving to the rate design, educate me in terms of translation. What's built in regards to DIMP for the rate design? So the recovery would be through the rates versus through the reconciliation. The reason I'm asking all these questions is to get an understanding because, quite honestly, over a couple of years, the DIMP reconciliations have grown quite a bit in terms of the amount. And so I'm trying to put two and two together and take advantage of this cross to get a better handle on that. To see, to kind of know what to expect.
Sure. So let me see if I can break that down. I'll jump ahead and say the reason why the DIMP numbers have been getting larger is because the program spending's been getting larger. Okay, it's been a more aggressive program to replace cast iron and bare steel. So my understanding is that the annual spend gets higher, of course, your rates are going to get higher. Now let's talk about the transition from base rates to DIMP mechanism. Base rates, the revenue requirement's fungible, right? It's $100 million. I'm just making up a number, $100 million. That needs to be collected through rates. We go through the process of rate design and we say, based on the allocated cost of service model, we think the customer charge component should be collected through these rates, and the demand rates will collect a portion of the revenue requirement from commercial and industrial customers. And then the remainder of that distribution revenue requirement is collected through volumetric rates. We do rate design, we do bill impacts, and we do the best we can to adhere to good rate design principles of gradualism, rate recovery, and we say, these are really good rates to recover the base revenue requirement. The tracker or the DIMP mechanism is different. You don't really do rate design. The authority has come up with a process that is in place that says for commercial classes, specifically the non-heat and heating residential classes, any DIMP revenue requirement from the mechanism will be recovered on a 100% volumetric basis. And that number is cumulative because it's a rate-based investment, right? So the longer you stay out of a rate case, the larger that volumetric rate is going to grow over time. For commercial, industrial, and multi-dwelling residential classes, it's recovered on a demand basis. Just a different way of collecting it, and that demand rate grows over time because the cumulative investments for DIMP have a cumulative revenue requirement, and until you have another rate case to reset that, these volumetric and demand rates will continue to grow over time. Now, here we are in a rate case, and we have a substantial amount, 40-something million dollars worth of DIMP revenue requirement that we're folding into base rates. Essentially, what we're doing is we're taking what's currently recovered volumetrically from the non-heat and heating classes and putting it into the fungible pot. We're taking the amount of DIMP reconciliation or DIMP mechanism revenues collected from commercial and industrial through demand and throwing it into the fungible pot. And then we do revenue requirements all over again. So in our direct testimony on page 20, lines, starting with our question in line 7 and rolling through for the next, into the next page onto line 6, we talk about the fact that we want to maintain a better relationship between fixed and volumetric recovery holistically. Okay, so we're taking those millions of dollars of residential volumetric revenue recovery from the mechanism and putting them into the pot. And what we're saying here is that now some of that should be collected through the customer charge. Okay, so that is our justification for why our proposed fixed residential customer charge is above the system average and above the class itself's average, because we're taking 100% volumetric and saying we now need to put that back into the better rate design, not the temporary mechanism rate design, but into the permanent rate design, and do a better job of allocating it between fixed and variable cost recovery.
Thank you.
And it satisfies your cost causation.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
One follow-up to something before, and then I'll move past them. This has been helpful. So is it fair to say in our overall discussion that under the proposal, if approved and the DIMP is rolled in, that in general, in the next reconciliation, the incremental change would differ, or meaning likely be smaller because of the DIMP roll-in compared to the most recent DIMP reconciliation filings that we've been seeing where it's in between the rate cases has been growing in general terms. Is that fair?
I think it's fair because the first year should be very low. It should be almost like, I mean, if there was no reconciliation, the rate would be zero.
Okay.
And then the year +1 would be only recovering the revenue requirements from that particular year's estimated spending. Now, I will say as time marches on, at this current level of DIMP spending, it becomes, you know, it grows pretty quick because you're spending a lot of money each year and it's a cumulative revenue requirement.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to, again, sticking with the topics of mechanisms, look at the system expansion reconciliation rate mechanism. And on page 20, the companies also propose the rate design to include 100% of the SCR system expansion reconciliation revenue requirements in base rates. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you confirm that the amount that CNG is requesting to roll into base rates is 14.456 million? And I'm getting that number if you can confirm from exhibit CNG-SCG RRP-10. Is that correct?
Correct. 14,455,578.
Okay, thank you. And if approved, the SCR rate would be reset to $0 as of November 1st, 2024, like the DIP. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And the scored tariffs for the SCR rate, does that reflect in Exhibit E1.0, the scored tariffs, are the scored tariffs rates, are the SCR rates in that exhibit representative of CNG's current SCR rates?
We are now.
Okay. And under the company's proposal, the SCR rate mechanism would be reset to 0 as of November 1st, 24, and no revenues would be collected from the time under the SCR rate mechanism between November 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025. Is that accurate? Under the mechanism.
Mr. Skarzinski, there is a current SCR rate that is in effect
Yes.
through next March.
Are you proposing to reset the SCR to 0?
Yeah, the proposal is similar to embed that current balance through the test year into base rates. And then, well, unlike DIMP, SCR presumably would go down as far as revenue requirement, right? We have a fixed amount of customers, no more, right? Given that the authority has ended the system expansion program. As those customers age out, i.e. 10 years on the SE rate, they will revert back to their standard rate. So their revenues would revert back to non-SE revenues. And if we make the assumption that there's an equivalent revenue requirement for that particular customer, would also revert back to the general bucket of revenue requirement to serve customers. And I think this is what led to some interrogatories about how SCR and RDM may be interacted, I guess. So to your point, yes, there will be an initial period of 0 SCR surcharge, and then there would be a reconciliation compared to actual revenue requirement versus what's embedded in rates versus the collected revenues from the SE customers, similar to what we do now.
Okay, I appreciate that. You answered the question because I just am trying to confirm that the reset would be to 0. That's really all at that level, and you're anticipating a couple of the other questions I'm going to ask in terms of some of the interrogatories. So the dynamics are similar to in that regard, the dynamics are similar from the mechanism reset to DIM, the discussion we just had with Mr. Therian, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. If you can refer to RRU 356, please.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And in the response, the company estimates that the system expansion revenue deficiency would range between 5.4 million and 8.5 million over the next 10 years. Is that right?
Correct.
What are the primary drivers of the revenue deficiency in those estimates?
So the primary driver, if you look at the 2022 system expansion revenues standalone from the SE customers and the system expansion revenue requirements standing alone, they're almost equal. So the amount that was the assumed credit embedded in the last rate case is brought in when we reconcile, but standalone revenues and revenue requirement, they're almost net zero, right? The difference between the two. So we've got these essentially the 8 million that current ratepayers were realizing the decrease in the last rate case that is then reconciled through the annual reconciliation. We have to bring that in when we do the annual rec, right? So that's primary what the driver is, as well as customers aging out and reverting from the SE rate to the non-SE rate, and then their commensurate revenue requirement as well.
Okay, and just for the record,
6 million.
that discussion we just had a minute ago, you're referring to the attachment associated with the response where you mentioned the numbers that have to be taken out from the prior rate case or included in the reconciliation, I should say.
Yes. In particular, it's RRU 356 CNG attachment 1, part B-2, table row 31.
Okay, and that amount is the 6.339 million. That's
6.3. Yeah, I misspoke and said 8 million. That's SCG. 6.39. Yeah.
okay. On line 31, right where you just mentioned of attachment 1, is the reference the reference is referring to the docket 170542. Is that accurate?
No, that should be corrected to 180516.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lawson. So is the dollar amounts correct for CNG, the reference? It's just the reference from the other docket.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. If you can refer to RRU 693 and RRU 693, please.
Okay.
And you did anticipate my question before, Mr. Patel. Can you walk me through attachment 1 in terms of your methodology, assumptions, and results in looking into folding in the system expansion revenues into the revenue decoupling mechanism?
Okay, so RRU 693 CNG attachment 1, we ran the two scenarios as requested, right? The first scenario is independent, what is the current RDM reconciliation? Independent, what is the SER reconciliation rates? And then if we were to combine them, the assumption would be, I guess we could look at it, I'm not an accountant, so I'll simplify it. 2 buckets, a system expansion bucket and a general customer bucket of revenue requirements, cost to serve, as well as revenues. What the scenario 2 attempted to do was to combine the two. If we assume And the underlying assumption is if a customer's on an SE rate, they would still pay that SE rate for their 10-year period and then age out. That would be the only thing that would remain consistent with the current system expansion program. All of the revenue or required revenue or revenue requirement for system expansion would be combined with the bucket, if you will, of general revenue requirement to serve all customers. As a way to kind of wind down the system expansion program by maintaining fairness with customers, right? If someone signed up for a system expansion rate with the understanding they benefit from the tools that were available at the time, so the offsetters are paying the system expansion rate, they would still pay their full 10 years before they age out. That's conceptually what we attempted to do in this attachment.
Okay. In Part D of the response, the company discusses the pros and cons of incorporating the system expansion revenues into the annual revenue decoupling mechanism. Can you summarize the benefits that you perceive for incorporating the system expansion into the revenue decoupling mechanism? Sorry, that was a repeat.
Yeah, as noted in the response, one is an exit strategy, if you will, for system expansion, right? It's an immediate wind down versus just doing the normal process for the next 9 years of annual rec. So it would remove the need for an annual reconciliation for system expansion. It would remove an SE surcharge once the current imbalance is cleared out, if you will. So there'll be one final SCR surcharge, and then going forward, there would be no system expansion surcharge on the non-SE customers' bills. There would be, so bill simplification, right? One less surcharge for customers to worry about. But it does wind down the program as directed by the authority. The one con was in the rate design is that there was an MDQ rate for the non-res classes for system expansion, but the RDM is a universal rate and it's volumetric, right? So there would be that distinction. We would still need to do rate design tied to the total revenue requirement, but it would all be volumetric now for RDM.
Okay. Following up on that, how much of a challenge is it to the company to integrate that to make it a volumetric rate? Given that that's presents a challenge from the MDQ basis of the SCR rate.
Well, currently all customers pay a volumetric rate for RDM.
Right.
So subject to check, I don't believe there will be any programmatic challenges from a billing standpoint. It would be from a customer understanding standpoint who currently were billed on an MDQ. It's all going to roll into that volumetric RDM rate that everyone is currently paying.
Okay, so it's from the customer side, from what they're experiencing today versus from theoretically an implementation standpoint. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, those rates are already in place. There's an RDM rate for every single service class currently based on volumes.
Would the MDQ under the current, does the MDQ rate also apply for residential multi-dwelling customers because they have a demand meter? So would that scenario apply to those types of customers as well?
Yeah, our MDS currently plays an MDQ rate, a demand rate on SER, but RSG and RSH, the residential heat in general, they currently pay a volumetric rate. So there would be no, it would just be rolling the SER volumetric into the RDM volumetric. There'd be no change for the residential as far as that type of billing dynamic.
What would be the impact to non-residential customers if the SCR mechanism were to be eliminated and system expansion revenues were to be included in the revenue decoupling mechanism?
Can you refine your question, impact? Because essentially we're taking two revenue requirements that are separate right now and we're combining them into a single revenue requirement.
Yes.
So it's being socialized across all the customers, but because of the dynamic of the non-res are currently paying an MDQ and we're switching everyone to a volumetric, there might be some dynamic switching between the service classes, i.e. LGS may actually see a slight bump. RSG, RSH might see a slight decrease. And we tried to identify that in RRU 693, CNG attachment 1, column N as in Nancy, the average impact per customer class.
Yeah, fair point to refine. The question was too general, but you're hitting the nail on the head. That's what I'm really asking about. I wanted to get an understanding from a billing standpoint, customer class billing standpoint, what would be the effect of it, if that helps. And I think you're touching on that. So.
Yeah, that's all identified in that column N as in Nancy, average impact per customer. On the RRU 693. Do you want me to read?
No,
Okay.
page one of 3 is what you're focusing in.
Yes.
The last column.
Yes.
Okay, that's more than good enough. That's fine. Thank you. Okay, you also mentioned a few minutes ago that a final SCR reconciliation would need to be performed to true up any deferred items. Can you elaborate on what you mean by deferred items?
Well, absent rolling SCR into RDM, every month we still have 2 separate bookings of current system expansion revenues and revenue requirement. And there's a variance, right, compared to what was embedded in the last rates. So we still have that running balance through today and through such time until it's rolled in. If it's rolled into the RDM, we would have to do a final true up, right, to clean out whatever's remaining in that SCR bucket, if you will.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, panel. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, panel. My name is Larry Blank. I am a consultant to Pura staff. My first set of questions, I'm going to focus a little on the structure or design of the allocated cost of service study. Let's begin by turning to page 7 of your initial direct testimony. Page 7, beginning with line 18.
Over there.
So here you're generally describing a modification which was directed or guidance provided from the authority. Specifically modifications in cost of service study standards regarding cost allocations between merchant and distribution functions, correct?
Yes.
And when you use the word distribution here, is that synonymous with delivery?
Yes.
Can you explain the distinction between the delivery function and the merchant function as it shows up in your ACOSS?
Yep. So merchant function is supposed to track some of specific cost functions. So for example, as listed in next page on that line, costs associated with online LNG storage facilities, upstream storage, as well as allocation of some administrative cost. So basically things associated with gas supply that are not necessarily tracked through the PGA.
Okay, thank you. And what just generally, what type of customers are served by that merchant function as you just described it?
So basically the bundled customers, the ones that are taking sales service from the company.
Thank you. And these bundled customers, are these the same set of customers who pay the purchase gas adjustment, the PGA?
Yes.
Are there any customers served by the merchant function who do not pay the PGA?
Yeah, sorry, actually, I lost your question. Can you repeat your question?
Well, in terms of your cost of service study, all the costs that you have functionalized as merchant, those costs roll down to the rates that the bundled customers pay, correct?
Not necessarily. So there is a portion that's recovered through the transportation service charge that is not necessarily just that goes to the bundle customers.
Okay. So where in your cost of service study would I find an allocation of these costs to the transportation customers?
So if schedule E 6.0 Exhibit 10. So essentially, Exhibit 10 it uses the results of the cost study to then isolate costs between SSC and TSC and comes up with a total TSC SSC revenue requirement.
And define TSC.
So TSC is the transportation service charge, basically associated with a company's requirement to serve the transportation customers as a
Supplier of last resort.
SOLR.
So the transportation customers are bundled customers in terms of the CNG provides gas supply to those customers?
No, just for these costs we're tracking.
Okay.
So some of the LNG facility cost is used for reliability, not just for supply. So transportation customers should be paying for those costs.
So among all the costs that have been functionalized as merchant, there are certain costs, you just gave an example, LNG costs, that your model will allocate that particular subset of the merchant-related costs to this TSC, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add to that, the order we reference, or the docket 060404, that specifies like what costs and how to do those allocations.
Thank you. This may be a little repetitive, but let's turn to your response, RRU 773.
I'm there.
And here you've gone into maybe a little more detail specific to your cost study as to how this separation between delivery and merchant functions occurs, correct?
Yes.
And is there a direct assignment of rate base items to the merchant function that are specific to the merchant function that do not appear in the delivery function? Rate base items.
Yes. So as we said, the LNG storage facilities goes directly to merchant function. Some of the working capital related items associated with supply and transport goes to merchant function. And another rate-based item is the gas inventory cost that goes to merchant function.
Okay, thank you. And so, again, this may be a little repetitive. I just want to make sure the record is clear. Your ACOSS has developed a separate rate base for the merchant function, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, if the authority were to order any changes to that merchant rate base, would it be possible, or maybe I should use the word relatively easy, for you to modify your cost of service study? If you were ordered to either include or exclude a particular rate base item for the merchant function, would you be able to rerun the model?
So when you say like modify in terms of like movement from merchant to delivery function?
No, actually not. What I'm anticipating or suggesting as a hypothetical for now is either the addition or simply removal of an item from the merchant function, not to move it over to delivery.
So they would not be part of a distribution revenue requirement?
Correct. In other words, let me give you a hypothetical example. If this commission, if you were introducing to the rate base for the first time some additional storage costs, and if this commission were, I'm sorry, this authority were to deny a portion of those storage costs, then that would only impact the merchant rate base, correct? And not the delivery rate base.
Yes.
And you'd be able to, so let's talk about implementation of such a change. You would be able to implement that change in your cost model. Is that correct?
Yeah, if I understand what you're saying.
If you were clearly directed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is it also true, so we've been talking about rate base, is it also true that there are expense items that are directly assigned to the merchant function in your model?
So yeah, as I said earlier, there's a small bit of admin and general cost that goes to the merchant function.
Directly assigned to the merchant function? Or are those allocated?
Based on special studies, we sort of first split that account and then allocate a portion to merchant.
Thank you. What about depreciation expense on storage?
The depreciation has the same treatment as plant.
Thank you.
These items.
Thank you. And again, if the authority were to order either the removal or addition of an expense item that only impacted the merchant function, you would be able to make that change.
I'm gonna object to the question. There's too many extended hypotheticals here for him to answer that question with any confidence. I think, I mean, we're talking about excluding items without any specificity around what those are or how they might, or how they factor into the cost study.
Okay, do you want,
May I respond?
please respond.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is the witness who is an expert in the design and construct of the ACOSS. And the questions that I am asking are pertaining to the capabilities of making changes to the ACOSS. That's all.
Okay, the witness so far seems to have been able to answer the questions, so I'll overrule the objection for the moment, and Attorney Venora, you can re-raise the objection if you if you need to. But Mr. Blank, if you want to restate the question, and the witness can answer to the extent the witness is able to.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be a little more specific. Can we turn to schedule CNG work paper C-3.23? And line number 20. I think we also have it up on the screen.
Mr. Blank, can you clarify the row number again?
I have line number 20. I'm looking at the PDF document.
The non-firm margin?
Correct.
Docket 220824.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So my question in reference to this non-firm margin amount, if the authority were to order that amount to be included in the merchant rate base calculation, would that be possible to incorporate that change within the cost model? Which is 14,150,000. So if the commission were to order this as a regulatory liability specific to the merchant rate base, is that possible to make that change in your cost model?
Yeah, if the authority were to require us, we could make that change.
Okay, thank you. And also related to this example of an amount, if the authority were to also order, let's say, a 5-year amortization of that amount, would you similarly be able to adjust your cost model to incorporate the amortization of that amount?
That I believe we might have to do that adjustment through the revenue requirement, right?
Okay, earlier you said you had depreciation expense under the merchant function, correct?
Yes,
So wouldn't this be similar to that type of line item within your calculation of the merchant revenue requirement?
yeah. So what I was trying to say is now, if we are changing the revenue requirement, because earlier we were talking about, mechanically if we can implement that in the model or not, but changing a full amount to a amortization schedule, I think will impact the revenue requirement.
But if you were ordered to only make this change within the merchant function, are you able to do that within your model?
I'm going to object again to that question. I mean, he's trying to put in testimony through his questions rather than provide testimony. So I'm going to object that it's an extended hypothetical where the cross-examiner is simply trying to fill the record with testimony of his own.
Okay, that was not my interpretation of the questions. I think he was asking mechanically if something could be done, not the advisability of it. So I'll note for Mr. Blank, just like every other cross-examiner, that the authority cannot rely on the questions as testimony. So Mr. Blank, if you want to rephrase your question specific to the exhibit, and I think I've also just lost your question. So I need you to restate the question, and the witness can answer to the extent the witness is able to.
So I believe it was your testimony that if ordered to do so, you could make an adjustment to the merchant rate base to reflect this $14 million regulatory liability if you were ordered to treat it as such, correct?
Yes, I mean, if the commission orders, yes.
And if there was an annual amortization amount associated with that and you were ordered to include that within the merchant function, would you be able to do that?
Yes, but I go back to, then I think we're changing the revenue requirement as well, right? From an expense item to a amortized 5-year, 10-year, whatever you're saying.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to request a late filed exhibit. Which would be to provide cost of service study results showing the change by including $14.150 million as a regulatory liability in the merchant rate base, as well as a 5-year amortization of that amount.
Mr. Blank, can you restate the number? It was 14.
$14.150 million.
Late files are at 191.
Okay. Let's change topics. My next set of questions are related to the Energy Assistance Charge, or EAC. And which is related to LiDAR, correct? The low income discount rate program, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And good morning, Mr. Therian. It's nice to see you again.
Good morning.
Let's begin by looking at page 31 of the initial pre-file testimony. And I believe the description provided beginning on line 3. Are you there?
I am there, yes.
So it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, the company is proposing to use the EAC, the proposed EAC, to recover all foregone revenues and any other costs related to LiDAR, LIDR. Is that correct?
Yes, I would perhaps the word foregone revenues. I think it may be more accurate to say discounted revenues,
Okay.
but yes, otherwise, that's correct.
We'll use that term instead of foregone. So discounted revenues or revenues related to the discounts.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that clarification. And on that, I'd like to break down if I'm hoping you can break down, not numerically, but just descriptively, the various buckets, if you will, of discounted revenues. And you have a table 11, which is immediately above at the top of page 31, correct? And here you've provided estimates of these revenues related to the annual discounts, correct?
That is correct.
And can you provide us a description of the various types of revenues? And what I'm getting at here is, I believe there would be revenues associated with the delivery and merchant function. Is that correct?
It's the total bill. That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And so that would also include cost of gas, PGA revenues,
Yes, it would.
and also the conservation adjustment mechanism, or CAM. Is that correct?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Let's look at RRU 776. And this is more to refresh your memory, I guess. Just we have a point of reference. So RRU 776. Are you there?
I have that.
Okay, thank you. So the question is whether the company is requesting the creation of a regulatory asset, and the response is affirmative, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the intent of this question was I didn't find that request in your application. I'm not saying it's not there, but I didn't find it. But more importantly, your description that follows the word yes seems to indicate that there will be some lag between the period in which the discounted revenues accrue, and then the recovery period. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true, as well as program administrative costs. So we anticipate that the company would have to make, for instance, changes to its billing system, as well as other customer-facing materials in advance of the program rollout. So you'll have an accumulation of costs in this deferred cost account until you actually start recovering that cost, as well as the amount of the discounts, through the first billings of the EAC mechanism.
Thank you for that. And I did not intend to exclude that. Thank you for clarifying. So what you just described is also the, I guess, implementation and program administrative costs.
That's correct.
And there'll be some delay between the incurrence of those costs and the recovery through the AEC, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's turn to RRU 779. And here you were asked, I'm sorry, Mr. Therian, are you there?
I'm there. I'm refreshing my memory.
Sure, I'll let you
Thank
refresh.
I have that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You were asked whether there's any possibility of over recovery with the implementation of EAC and then also the revenue decoupling mechanism. And your explanation indicates that the LIDR delivery rate discounts would be excluded from the revenue decoupling mechanism calculation. My question is, can you be a little more specific which revenue? So earlier you described there's different, I think I used the word buckets of revenue. And so that's what I'm asking in my question. Can you be more specific as to which revenue would be excluded from the decoupling mechanism?
Yes, the amount of the discounted revenue. So to expand on that, back to the direct testimony, page 31 of 35, in table 11, that particular example shows $14,452,404 of discounted revenue. That would be recovered exclusively through the EAC, and that amount of money would be excluded from the revenue decoupling mechanism.
Including revenues associated with the PGA?
One moment, please. I might have to amend my testimony. Hang on,
Yes.
please. If I could rephrase and clarify and maybe even correct my previous
Yes,
testimony.
please. I was going to head you in that direction
Okay,
anyway, but
okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So there's two mechanisms that are in play here. There's a revenue decoupling mechanism and then the EAC. The revenue decoupling mechanism is for delivery revenues only. And that mechanism would be calculated as it is today on 100% of all delivery revenues. The EAC is separate and distinct. So it says, okay, there's $14 million that was actually discounted and essentially excluded from billing on hardship customer bills. That amount will be recovered through the EAC.
I'll come back to the decoupling mechanism in a moment, but first, let's talk about what you just said, the EAC. So is it the company's intention that they will somehow track the different types of revenues that are related to the discounted revenue? And let me be more specific. We'll track, for example, PGA, cost of gas revenues, CAM, Conservation Adjustment Mechanism revenues. Are those going to be separately tracked and accounted for as these revenues are flowed through your proposed EAC?
The revenues not associated with delivery would be reconciled outside of the RDM. So for example, the PGA, we reconcile the discounted gas costs. So yes, we would track them, the different components separately and reconcile them through the appropriate mechanisms.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go back to our earlier discussion on decoupling, and you clarified that it's only the delivery revenues that will be removed or excluded, I think is the word, excluded from the revenue decoupling calculation, correct?
I amended that statement to say that 100% of all delivery revenues are included in the decoupling calculation. So that's before the discount.
Correct. Understood.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Now, if those particular revenues were not excluded from the decoupling mechanism calculation, then will the decoupling mechanism fully recover those revenues?
I mean, I might need some help here, if you would, Mr. Blank. Can you rephrase your question? And I think what I'm trying to understand is whether or not this, in this particular case, the $14 million would be excluded from the actual revenues. So we would true up an amount of revenues that are $14 million lower to what would otherwise be the revenue requirement? Is that essentially the mechanics of your question?
Let me rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Let's go back to RRU 779. And for the moment, let's just ignore the possibility of an EAC. And in this response, you state that the delivery rate discounts would be excluded from the revenue decoupling mechanism calculation. And what I'm asking is, if they are not excluded, then doesn't it follow that the revenue decoupling mechanism will recover those particular revenues as you previously clarified?
Yes, it would recover those discounted revenues.
Now, again, excluding the existence of an EAC, we still have some revenues that the revenue decoupling mechanism will not recover. Is that correct? Such as PGA revenues
Correct.
and CAM revenues.
Correct.
So the revenue decoupling mechanism would not address those two sources of revenue.
Those two sources of revenue nor the DIMP. I believe the DIMP is the third item that acts independently from the revenue decoupling mechanism.
So let's start with the DIMP then. Since the revenue decoupling mechanism would not manage any shortfall in DIMP revenues, does the DIMP mechanism, can this be reconciled within the DIMP mechanism? Again, assuming there is no EAC.
Can what be recovered through the DIMP mechanism?
The DIMP revenues shortfall due to the discounts.
Yes.
Thank you. Same question for the PGA mechanism. If there is no EAC, and you already indicated the PGA revenues will not be reconciled within revenue decoupling, but the PGA mechanism itself, will the cost of gas be fully recovered?
Yes.
And earlier, there were some questions from Mr. Skarzinski related to the SIR mechanism, the system expansion mechanism. There's also revenues collected from customers under that SIR mechanism, correct?
That's correct.
And because of the discounts through, if approved for LiDAR, there'll be a shortfall, my word, shortfall in SIR revenues as well, correct?
Yes, it would be an under collection, correct.
And do we know whether the SIR mechanism, this can be, will those revenues eventually be recovered through the SIR mechanism the way it works?
With proper quantification of the amount of the discount that is related to the SCR, yes.
Thank you. Now let's talk about the CAM. So the conservation adjustment mechanism, will there also, do you believe there will be a shortfall in revenue due to the LiDAR discounts?
All else being equal, yes.
Do you know what those CAM revenues are used for? Or maybe someone else on the panel? Or what the purpose of those revenues are?
Those revenues are collected to recover the costs associated with energy efficiency programs that ratepayers fund and are sponsored and administered by the utility.
Does it only include programs that are administered by the utility?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. And the shortfall in revenue due to the discounts, or shortfall in CAM revenue associated with the discounts, do you know, does the CAM mechanism similarly, is it possible to make a reconciliation within the CAM mechanism to make those CAM revenues whole?
Yes, very similar to the discussion we had with DIMP and SCR and the PGA, yes. With proper quantification and the amount of the discount, you could adjust that CAM mechanism to properly recover the discounted revenues.
Thank you. Okay, next, sorry.
May I have a minute, please?
Yes.
To confirm. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me that time. I had recalled that there was a cap on the CAM rate, and the utility is not allowed to spend beyond that cap. So if the CAM mechanism were to be used to recover discounted CAM revenues, in my opinion, there should be an accommodation in that calculation for the cap as well.
Okay, so you referenced the cap on the CAM. Do you know, is this a cap per period of time? Like, is it an annual cap?
Yeah, it's an annual cap. The rate is fixed, with the cap is fixed at a rate. So I believe it's 0.046 per 100 cubic feet. So that's the amount that is the maximum rate that can be charged to customers for a given CAM year. If the expenditures exceed the amount of the revenue collected, then that's not recoverable. And what I'm suggesting here is that any discounted revenues through the LIDR should be excluded from that calculation. Otherwise, you're essentially charging the company for the discounted rate.
Now, if there is a shortfall in CAM revenues due to the discounts, I think we've established that's a possibility, correct?
Correct.
So that's a shortfall in revenues, and if those revenues are made up through the calculation of the CAM or the CAM mechanism, I'm not quite understanding why the cap is potentially problematic. Can you help me?
Certainly, all else being equal, in my mind, I think it reduces the amount of conservation program spending you can incur, because you now have to account for discounted CAM revenues.
So are you saying that the CAM mechanism does not have a reconciliation similar to the way we do the PGA? Let's just use that as an example. The PGA, is that what you're saying, that there's not a reconciliation capability within the CAM?
No, I'm not saying that. It does have a reconciling mechanism, but unlike the other reconciling mechanism, there is a rate cap. That is the unique aspect of the CAM compared to other reconciling mechanisms.
Is the cap a cap per volumetric, on the volumetric rate associated with the CAM?
That's correct.
Oh, so it's not a cap on the revenue, it's a cap on the actual rate.
That's correct.
Okay, so with that, if the authority were to order strike that. Might it be possible, again, related to the cap associated with the CAM, for the authority to order the deferral of that discounted revenue recovery?
My understanding of the authority has the authority to create regulatory assets and liabilities, so yes.
For possible recovery at a later time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next, let's talk about, I think earlier, again, it was probably my words, the implementation and administrative costs associated with starting up and running the LiDAR program. If there is no EAC, now this is, would that be problematic for the company?
Without an EAC, it would be problematic to recover those costs unless they were included in revenue requirements. And given the uncertain nature of those costs at this moment, they have not been included in revenue requirement.
Thank you. They're not in the revenue requirement in this case.
Correct.
Thank you. However, the authority could order the creation of a regulatory asset related to those implementation, administrative costs associated with LiDAR.
Yes, the authority could do that.
And then one version of such an order could be, create a regulatory asset for review and disposition, maybe in your next rate case. My question is, if that were ordered, would that be a problem for the company?
I'm going to object to that question. I mean, how can we say whether an order would be a problem until we actually see the order and how it fits within the context of an overall decision?
I'll sustain that objection. Calls for speculation. So Mr. Blank, if you want to rephrase.
Fair enough, Madam Chair, and Council. I have no further questions. Thank you, all of you on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nothing further from the authority staff, correct? Okay. And I think CIEC is waived. So let's go ahead and take our lunch break, and at 12:45, we'll resume with Cross from the Office of Consumer Counsel.
Yeah.
Oh, you're good for you.
Okay, anything before we begin? Thank you. All right, then let's resume cross with the Office of Consumer Counsel, please.
Good afternoon, Richard. Good afternoon, Richard Sobolewski for the Office of Consumer Counsel. Okay. The average customer on RSG, they use less gas than the average customer on RSH. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the customers on RSG, they're basically customers who do not have heat, gas heat, but they have some combination of gas hot water, gas dryer, gas cooking, and maybe a gas grill or a gas fireplace.
Correct.
Looking at Schedule E-1.0, the current monthly customer charge for RSG is $20.35, and that's proposed to go to $23.95. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's with the roll-in of the DIMP and at the proposed rate increase level.
That's correct.
Now for RSH, it's proposed to increase from $18 to $21.25. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the same thing with the roll-in and full revenue requirement request.
That's correct.
Okay. I was looking at what's also proposed for Southern Connecticut Gas, and I know I'll do that cross later, but it appears that you're equalizing the residential customer charges. Is that correct?
One moment, please.
I think both companies are,
I'm sorry, I can confirm for three classes, the residential classes, RSG, RSH, and RMDS. We are proposing equal charges.
okay, and to get to that point, there's some give and takes that you made to the commodity charges. Is that correct?
Yes, to the delivery rate per CCF, correct.
Right, so in one instance, you might have had the commodity charge for delivery was slightly higher, but given that you might have had less of an increase for one company versus the other, there's some give and take there on what you did with the commodity charges.
Yes, the commodity charges are really used to balance what your goal is for that rate class's contribution to total. So I earlier this morning, I talked about underperforming classes from a ROR ratio perspective. And then the limitation, the self-imposed limitation of 125% of the average. All of that is considered, and yes, it's the delivery per CCF charge that balances those interests from a rate making perspective.
Okay, to get to the equalized charge, was there any other policy considerations that the company had? You know, I know for years there has been discussions with the two companies being, owned by the same parent that, maybe someday down the road there'd be, a merger or combination. Is that part of the philosophy that was thought of to get to those equalized rates?
So as an outside rate design consultant hired by the company, I was not privy to those discussions. I personally came up with this proposed rate design. I was struggling thinking why there would be any cost causation differences in those three particular classes from a customer charge perspective. So in my opinion, I thought it made sense seeing that they were both going in for rates at the same time, that these customer charges, it would make sense to have them equal. Commercial industrial is a different story. They're a little different. There's some breakpoint differences and the customer composition is quite different. So I didn't feel that consideration as strongly as I did with the residential classes. So bottom line is no, not to my knowledge, did any combination of utilities come into play with this rate.
Okay. And the tariffs, the way they're set up are the same. It's the consumption blocks are the same.
For residential,
Right.
correct.
Yeah, I don't know who this is for on the panel. I don't know if it's for you, Mr. Therian, or one of the company witnesses. How do the CNG customer charges compare to the customer charges at your sister companies in New York, Massachusetts, and Maine?
So in New York, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but they're in the $19, $20 range for both New York State Electric and Gas and Rochester Gas and Electric. I'm not sure about Massachusetts.
Could I ask for a late file? Where the company could file for its residential customer classes, what the customer charges are and what the delivery commodity charges are. And if there are some unique factors or circumstances, you know, where you split it up, you know, you have multiple different delivery charges for some reason, you know, you might split it up to some special charge. I'm not 100% familiar with, you know, how all the gas companies work. But if there's something like that, can you just spell that out when you provide it?
Okay, so it's just all other state affiliates? Or-
Yes.
Okay, and that's late file exhibit 192.
Okay, if we could turn to OCC 673 and 673 attachment 1. You know, I understand that there's no statute on the gas side for calculation of the customer charge. And I appreciate your efforts to answer my question. In OCC 673, the attachment, I think, is probably the best place to look. And I know this, you haven't done a full investigation like was done for the electric side, where there was a full docket on diving into, you know, what was required by the statute to calculate a maximum residential customer charge. But the math that you show in the spreadsheet, you do agree that the customer charge would come down if you followed a similar process to what was done on the electric side?
No, it would not. Our current proposed customer charge for the residential heating class is $21.25. Excuse me, I want to double check that. It is, yes, $21.25. And then based on the buildup of the schedule in OCC 673, it would, on a full cost basis, be $32.26.
Okay. And currently under the methodology, is it $55.67?
Yes, on a comparative cost to cost basis, it's lower.
What are the main drivers on why there's a difference there? What are the items that basically wouldn't be part of the customer charge?
Services in the customer. Oh, right.
Can you actually repeat your question?
Yes, what are the driving factors that cause that difference between the $55 and change number and the $32 and change number?
Oh, so the 55 includes all customer-related costs, including, mains classified as customer-related versus here, we have not included mains.
Okay, that's the main driver.
That is the main driver.
And that's the same for if it's RSG or if it's RSH, doesn't.
Yes, that's correct.
If so ordered, in your next rate case or as a compliance filing, would the company be able to undertake a more detailed review that was like what was required in the maximum residential customer charge electric docket?
We did not, the company, I'm going to use UI as an example, if I may, United Illuminating Company. Company personnel conducted that study in the most recent case. We are familiar with how that study was conducted. We referenced it in producing this study here. We did, if I may, I think we did a pretty good job of replicating it. Some of the items that were included in the UI study were very specific, such as, office furniture allocation, counting number of chairs, et cetera. We did not do that. Okay. So I guess to answer your direct question, yes, we could follow that requirement. However, I don't think you're going to get much of a different answer.
Okay. No matter what you choose for a customer charge, the lower it goes, it basically causes higher commodity charges. Is that correct? All in all, to keep the same revenue requirement and collection within a class.
That's correct. It's a two-part rate design structure for residential, a fixed charge and a volumetric charge. The sum of those two revenues must equal what we want to collect from that class for revenues.
And there's, whatever you decide, there's winners and losers within the class.
So from an inter-class perspective, higher customer charges, and we're speaking about the increase, a higher customer charge increase would affect a low use customer more than a large user. Vice versa, a higher commodity charge collection of that increase would affect larger users more. It's the slope of the line, if you will.
And if I may add to that, I guess it also depends how you define winners and losers, right? There are still customers who are paying under the cost of service rate. So in that regards, they're still winners. But if you're talking just in terms of current bill to proposed bill, then it might be different. So it depends on how you define winners and losers.
And how this interplays with any potential low-income discount rate, that's another wild card to the situation. Would you agree?
I would. There was several pieces of discovery about use per customer for currently classified hardship customers versus non-hardship customers. I was surprised how close they were, frankly. But the dynamics are the same, whether you're low income or not low income. The dynamic between fixed and variable cost recovery matters.
In regards to, I listened to your testimony this morning with cross from authority staff. In regards to the RSG rate, that's one, if you didn't apply the 1.25 factor, those rates could have gone up significantly more. Is that?
Yes, I think that's fair characterization. If we went, we could have easily justified higher than a 1.25%. I'm sorry, 1.25 times factor of the average increase. Yes.
I'd like to move on to rate mechanisms. And I could just start with the DIMP. And I know there was cross with Pura staff this morning. This is a single year rate case, unlike the rate cases for SCG and Southern last time, which were both multi-year cases. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Correct.
Okay, so the way the DIMP was used last case was that there was a revenue requirement for the CapEx associated with the DIMP program in each of the rate years. Is that correct?
We're just having Mr. Hurwitz comes up. He's previously sworn.
Thank you.
Could you please just repeat your question, Mr. Sablewski?
The last rate case, there was a multi-year rate case. So for each of the rate years, there was a DIMP revenue requirement built into base rates.
That's correct.
And the mechanism was used as a reconciliation the first 3 years.
That's correct.
Post the rate plan, the incremental spend went through the DIMP mechanism. Is that correct?
It is.
What's proposed for this case? Is it the same thing?
It's conceptually similar, and I think Mr. Therian discussed that to some extent earlier today.
So basically, you have a revenue requirement built in to rates for the rate year, and the mechanisms used to true that up for the rate year.
You got it.
Is there consideration post rate year?
As I think Mr. Therian described, and consistent with the function of the DIP mechanism after the end of CNG's last rate plan, it would function in a similar manner under our proposal.
Does the company have something similar to DIP mechanisms with its other sister gas companies?
I'm aware that Berkshire has what's known as the GSEP, which is conceptually similar to the DIMP. I confer with my co-panelists, they may be more familiar on the other states.
So for the New York companies, there isn't a comparable mechanism, DIMP mechanism. The costs are in rates. We've been working with 3-year rate plans for the last several years, I'd say 3-year rate plans going back to 2010. Where they're worked into rates and then into a 3-year agreement, but there isn't a reconciling mechanism to those costs.
Do all your affiliates have a purchase gas adjustment?
Yes.
All of our gas affiliates.
Well, I mean, okay, well, the reason I ask is because, I remember 20+ years ago, there was some discussion about eliminating the PGA. So I was just wondering if there was a change of heart all these years later, so.
Not from us.
One other related question to that. Do your sister utilities use the PGA to return interruptible or non-firm margin or those type of things?
So if there's any off-system sales or release of capacity, that would just flow right through the PGA, reconcile through the PGA.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon to the panel. I'm Claire Coleman, the Consumer Counsel for the state. My questions relate to the low income discount rate. I'm not sure who I should direct those to. Mr.
Start
Therian?
with me.
Great. Okay, so on page 25 of your testimony, you describe the eligibility criteria for the proposed low income discount rate. Specifically, you identified 2 tiers of discount, a first tier baseline of 10% and a second tier discount of 50%. How were those discount levels determined?
Those discount levels were determined based on a generic proceeding for the EDCs carried forward to the decision in the United Illuminating Company, and we felt that that was appropriate to carry forward here.
So you're referring to the final decision from October 2022 in docket 1712-03-RE11?
Yes.
And your testimony actually references that decision. So is it safe to assume you reviewed it?
Yes.
And just to confirm, you said the 2-tier discount proposed here intentionally mirrors the proposal from the electric distribution company discount rate.
That's correct.
So I noticed that footnote 7 of your testimony specifically references the energy burden target. It says that the energy affordability is defined by the authority as an allocation of no more than 6% of annual household income spent on building energy costs.
Yes, I see that footnote.
Great. I was just wondering if the company did any analysis of whether the proposed tiers on the gas side would align with the authority's energy burden goals established on the electric distribution company side.
I'm hung up a little bit on a somewhat ambiguity of the goals. Can you be more specific, please?
Sure. The LIDR decision established an energy burden target, or so that with the goal of a customer's energy burden being no more than 6% of their household income. That energy burden took into consideration power, electricity, as well as home heating costs. So I didn't know if the company did any specific analysis to determine whether the discounts proposed were targeted to ensure or to try to meet those same energy burden goals as articulated in the LIDR decision.
So two parts to that in response. One, no, we did not do any specific analysis that included, for instance, estimated costs of electricity or other goods or energy burden related items. However, we did respond to a discovery request. If you give me a moment, I
Sure.
believe it's OCC 679.
Mhm.
And our attachment there shows the percentage of the rates at various consumptions on household income. And it's generally in the 2% range. It does go up a little bit higher with higher consumption, and a little lower consumption.
Okay, thank you. Yep, we have that. I think what I'm trying to understand is, so given that the low-income discount rate established for the EDCs applies the same percentage discount to Eversource and UI customers regardless of their heating source. I guess just to confirm, is it your understanding that through the electric discount, customers who have electric heat receive the same level of discount as those who heat with gas?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the company's proposal is that those who heat with gas would get an additional 10 or 50% off of their gas heating bill, depending on their income qualification. Is that right?
That's correct. It would be in addition to understanding that heat is just one portion of the overall energy burden.
Right, exactly. So that's, I guess, what I'll put my question back to, if the company has done any energy burden analysis for this scenario, where a gas customer is receiving both the gas LIDR and the electric LIDR. Did the company do any analysis to inform its recommendation of what the appropriate level of discount for gas customers should be?
No, we did not.
So my colleague, Mr. Sobolewski, talked to you a little bit about the proposal to increase the fixed charge. I was wondering if the company conducted any analysis on how the customer charge increase would impact a customer's energy burden, particularly lower income energy customers.
Not specifically, however, it is inherently in the results of the attachment in OCC 679.
Okay, but the proposed LIDR wasn't designed specifically to offset any bill impacts from the customer charge increase specifically.
No.
So page 28 of your testimony references a data sharing agreement between the companies and the Department of Social Services. It notes that it's an agreement that includes CNG and SCG already, in addition to UI. So I'm assuming that could be used to facilitate the auto enrollment referenced in the testimony based on the DSS program criteria. Is that the intent? Maybe. You may need help on that one. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Is one of the rationales of the company in deciding to mirror the electric low-income discount rate criteria in order to take advantage of that data sharing process set up with DSS?
Yes, that would be true.
Okay. I had a question on the bad check charges in the testimony. It notes the company charges $27 in the event a customer pays for gas service with a check that is returned by the bank to the company unpaid, which continues to be reasonable and appropriate for recovering the cost the company incurs from its financial institutions for a return check. I was just curious, how much does your financial company charge you for a return check? Is it the same amount?
Yeah, we don't have that charge. We don't have just you're asking how much the bank would charge us for, yeah, we don't have that. Just from memory, it's less than the 27 because the 27 also acts as a deterrent, as we say here. So, what we get charged from the financial institution would be less than 27, but I don't have the exact amount with us.
Okay, could I ask for a late file on that, just to confirm the number?
So late file exhibit 193 is to provide the charge from the bank.
Yeah, yes, the charge the company incurs from the bank for bad checks. And could we also ask for the total charged in the rate year? Not the rate, yeah, no time machine, test year, by the company. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that last part, what was
The
that?
the total fees charged to the company by the financial institution referenced in the testimony in the test year for the referenced check return scenario. Thank you.
And I have a similar question with regard to the reconnection costs. The testimony says the company charges a fee of $75 in addition to the cost of the company's service visit. Can you tell me how much a typical service visit actually costs?
Well, CNG charges actual costs and expenses for each customer, each reconnection visit. I don't have a typical charge. I guess you would have to look at all the charges and maybe average it, but CNG charges actual costs and expenses for each visit. So I don't have a typical charge available.
Okay, if we were to ask for a late file, would it be possible to get a range, like, I guess if there's no typical service, I'm just curious what the sort of minimum and maximum is, or what the midpoint might be, or what the most common service charge would be, just to get a sense. Okay, so
I can take that, I'm sorry.
great, thanks. Is that okay?
Provide the range of fees charged by the company in the test year for service fees.
Yes, and then could we also, similarly to the last late file, get the total charged in the test year? And the total number of visits that were made for reconnection? Thank you. Those are all my questions, and I'll turn it over to Attorney Will.
Thank you. I have a couple of follow-up questions from Mr. Sobolewski's questions. Mr. Therian, you were discussing with Mr. Sobolewski the equalization of the customer charges between the two companies, and you said that you weren't sure, in your opinion, why the cost causation factors would be different as between those two companies. Do you recall that?
I do.
The revenue requirements recovered through the customer charge the same for the two companies?
One minute, please. Well, not identical, but perhaps I could put a little color around that. So CNG's total revenue requirements, and I'll just say this from firm rate classes, is proposed to be $241,931,000. And for SCG, that value is $255,885,000. And SCG does have more customers, so it seems pretty comparable.
Okay, but they are the exact same for those three rate classes, the exact same customer charges. Is that correct?
That's the proposal.
Thank you. And you mentioned that a higher customer charge affects, it actually may have been you and Mr. Ramal, affects low use customers more, and higher volumetric rates impact higher usage customers more. In terms of price signaling as it relates to usage, can the proportion of the bill that's recovered via a fixed charge have an impact on conservation behavior?
Short answer is yes. To expand on it, I would also like to point out that the purchase gas adjustment is 100% volumetric. So when you think about a volumetric price signal, you really got to include everything: the riders, the base rates, and the PGA.
Okay. But again, in terms of price signaling, taking that into account, is it the case that the higher the customer charge, the less incentive a customer generally has to conserve energy?
Can I have 1 second to confer with my colleague? Thank you.
Sure.
Attorney Will. So from the forecasting models, we use a price variable, right, as one of the drivers. But the elasticity is less than 1, meaning that it's essentially inelastic. If that goes towards what you're looking for.
It does. How much? Oh, less than 1, meaning 1 would be there'd be no effect of the pricing on forecasting?
No, 1 being for a 1% change in price, would it equal a 1% reduction in load? And no, that is not the relationship, because it's inelastic, right? I'm oversimplifying.
Yes. Is there any indication of reduction in load associated with a 1% increase in price?
Subject to check, I would venture to say yes, because there is a coefficient. And if we're going to model a different projection of that driver variable, with that coefficient, it would then yield a slightly reduced volumetric forecast.
Okay. Thank you.
All else equal.
Understood. Thank you. The last follow-up question, Mr. Sobolewski had asked about similar DIMP mechanisms in other states, and I heard that in New York there's no mechanism. Does that mean that infrastructure replacement costs are just treated like all other plants in New York?
Well, they're included in base rates. So the delivery revenue requirement would include forecast of those costs, and without a specific reconciling mechanism.
Okay, but there's no distinction in terms of rate making as between infrastructure costs or infrastructure replacement costs as opposed to other kind of plant and service cost recovery?
I'm just pausing because I want to say it's in the base rates. So it's in the revenue requirement without any different treatment, if that's what you're asking, if I understand that. So that would be my answer.
Okay. Thank you. And part of what I heard you respond to Mr. Sobolewski, you mentioned that there's a 3-year rate plan in New York. I was just curious if the frequency of rate cases there are a factor in the company managing the infrastructure replacement program in New York.
You're getting outside my expertise. There's 3-year rate cases. There would have to be other experts that would answer that question.
Okay. Thank you. I was just curious. I guess my question was whether the reference to the 3-year rate plan in New York was relevant to the since you mentioned it on response, whether it was relevant to the infrastructure replacement program generally, or if it was just for context.
It was more for context to know that it's built in over a 3-year period.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple more questions on the low income discount rate. I heard during discussion with Pura staff this morning that there's the proposal for an annual reconciling mechanism, a new mechanism to recover the costs. And that, as we heard this morning, includes administrative costs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does that include the cost for any full-time employee equivalents that are associated with the low income discount rate?
Please see table 9 on page 29 of the testimony. I believe that has the information you're looking for.
Okay.
The answer is four. It is 4.
Thank you. I'm a little confused by that, and this might require Mr. Hurwitz or maybe not. It was my understanding that those 4 FTEs are part of the revenue requirement sought in this proceeding, but I heard you testify earlier that this would be a regulatory asset and doesn't have a revenue impact for this rate case. Am I confused by that? I mean, I am confused by that. Do I have that correct?
Our chip team analysts and 2 off phones, CSR for resources. They're included in the base. They're in both places, as it turns out. So if you wanted to include them in the EAC, you could do that and then pull this amount out of the revenue requirement, or vice versa, include it in the revenue requirement, and there would be less in the EAC.
Understood. I guess, Mr. Therian, I could ask you from a rate design perspective, does it make more sense to include FTE costs that are in a reconciling mechanism or in base rates?
In my opinion, for the beginning of a new program like this, in the beginning, I would include them in the reconciling mechanism. That way, ratepayers only pay for the actual costs of what it takes to get this program up and running. And in fact, maybe 4 is the right number, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 3. Same thing with the, the overheads and benefits and the implementation costs for IT. In future years, you may want to consider it to just put the administrative side and fold it into revenue requirements and just have the discount.
Thank you. Could I ask, maybe as a not a new late file, but as an addition to late file 1, if the company could just include an adjustment, I guess as a model, as an option for the authority, an adjustment to the FTE request to remove those FTEs in the revenue requirement, but with the caveats, of course, that it would be the option if those FTEs were included in the reconciling mechanism.
Attorney, we'll do anything you like. However, I'll note that the cost of each incremental FTE, we talked about this in a different context in prior days. We've quantified the cost of one incremental FTE on the revenue requirement. So taking them out would be as simple as that number at subject to check. I think it was RRU 129 in which we provided that information. You just take that number per FTE and multiply it by however many FTEs is appropriate.
Okay.
So we can include an amendment or whatever you would prefer, but the math should be that straightforward.
No, I think with that testimony on the record, that should be, I don't think we need to, I guess what I'll ask as a follow-up, if the authority were hypothetically to make that adjustment, it could also just make any flow-through adjustments that result from that reduction to the revenue requirement using the information that's available in in late file 1.
That's correct. The numbers we quoted in at least our RU 129, I think others should account for all flow-through effects, and one data request response we filed, whose number escapes me, identified how that total amount was broken down by schedule. There's a good chunk on compensation, another chunk in benefits, and then a small sliver for all those flow-through effects you just mentioned.
Thank you. And one last question on the subject, just to double check, are there any other administrative relating costs that are envisioned conceptually to be recovered through the LiDAR reconciling mechanisms that are also included in the proposal for base rates?
Just confer for one moment.
Thank you.
So you didn't include it.
Sorry for the delay. The answer is no.
Thank you. Similar topic, I guess, on page 31, line 7 of the initial testimony, the testimony discusses the reconciling mechanism to recover, as we've been discussing, program costs, and it does reference capital costs. I was just curious what capital costs, would those be IT related?
Yes, earlier in the testimony, there's an estimate for, so it would be page 29, line 8. So it's billing system changes, IT infrastructure changes that were estimated here. And that would be included, but those would be, essentially one-time cost to build the system to be able to manage the program.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, did you say page 29?
Page 29, lines, beginning on line 7.
Yep.
The answer identifies the the estimated or approximate costs that would be incurred to implement SAP billing solutions.
Okay, thank you. So with respect to the portion of that cost that's capital costs, does that estimate include the return on capital that's associated with those costs?
We believe it would, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I just asked a similar question, but just to confirm, it's a slightly different question. None of this is in the proposed rate base yet in this case? None of the capital costs that are referenced here?
They are not.
Okay, thank you. I was looking at a document in the filing that's the rate case application itself. It doesn't have any other, it's called the application of Connecticut Natural Gas Corporation to amend its rate schedule as it was filed on November 3rd. And there's an attachment to that rate application, which is the required analysis of household bill impact. Sorry, I don't have a better reference to it. I'm hoping someone knows which document I'm referring to.
I'm familiar with it. I don't have, well, we do have it in front of us. Yes, we're familiar with that.
Thank you.
Attachment, it's attachment 1 to the application.
Yes, thank you. This attachment, that doesn't take the proposed discount rate into account, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this document shows that the proposed rate increase would raise the gas bill above 6% of household income for all households at poverty level, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And that's also true for households of 1 at 150% of the poverty level who use 100 CCF or greater?
Say that second part of your question again, please.
Sure. The households, so my first question, I was referencing the first 2 lines, poverty level for households of 1, as well as poverty level for households of 2. The proposed columns in each of those ensure that each of those columns is over 6%. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's also true for the next row for household of 1 at 150% of the poverty level, for all usage patterns above, 100 CCF or greater. Is that correct?
That's correct. So anything on this exhibit that is greater than 6.00%.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned the discovery response to OCC 679, the attachment showing the impact of the low income discount rate. Does that have the same effect as applying the low income discount rate to this exhibit? In other words, if you consider the low income discount rate and reconstructed this exhibit, would it show similar data?
I don't know. I'd have to think about how to do that accurately. I don't think it's as easy as, for instance, comparing the 2 percentages. I'd be happy to take a look at it in a late file for you, sir. If that.
Sure, could I ask for a late file of reproducing attachment 1 to application, but with the application of the proposed low income discount rate?
I'm not sure.
And if the answer in the late file is that it is the same data that's already provided, then we can accept
It
that.
may be,
Okay.
but I would like to confirm that.
Okay, so leaf exhibit 195 is to reproduce application attachment 1, assuming application of the LiDAR.
Yes. Thank you. And I think that's the last question from the OCC. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Inowichi? Attorney Wright? EOE?
think if there's something about math.
Good afternoon, panel.
Afternoon.
We just have two topics that are follow-ups from prior panels, and one topic that I just wanted a clarification on, something that I just heard. In the cross that just happened with OCC, there was a discussion about the 4 full-time employee additions that would be passed on within the EAC, but we're also in the revenue requirements. My question is, are there any other situations where either employee increases or expenses were included in 2 spots?
And your question, Mr. Parent, is a general one? You don't have a specific?
It is a
example in
general
mind?
one. Attorney Wheel's question was very enlightening. I didn't notice that when I was reviewing the materials, and the response surprised me. So I was wondering if there were any other situations such as that.
I'm just cycling through the list of incremental FTEs in my head, and I don't think so. None that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to a topic. There were some questions posed during the customer service panel by Attorney White that I believe were deferred to this panel. I have a few questions, and the topic related to customer credits, which would be goodwill credits or any bill reductions that occurred. The question is, are customer credits handled differently depending upon the nature of the credit? If so, can you explain? This would be as it relates to the treatment of it.
Mr. Parent, do you mean as it appears on a customer's bill?
Not specifically on a bill, how it would roll up in theory into the revenue requirements and ergo into this process here. I believe during the customer service panel, it was questioned if it was better suited for this panel, and unless I misunderstood, it was directed to this panel as well. I might clarify that there's also an open KK tied to it.
Yeah, KK, we are still researching.
Knowing that we don't have the answer to KK yet, I guess maybe I'm just going to request a late file then. The late file would be an unlocked spreadsheet that provides a detailed listing of test year credits provided by the company, inclusive of, and I could bullet out a handful of different fields that we were discussing. It would be customer ID, but not customer specifics. Just to be clear, it doesn't have to be include any confidential information. Amount, date of credit, date of the underlying event, reason for the credit, the party who funded the credit, ratepayer or shareholder, and the SFR schedule that the credit would apply to. I could read that again if anybody needs.
Yes, please.
Unlocked Excel spreadsheet providing a detailed listing of all test year credits provided by the company, inclusive of customer ID, amount, date of credit, date of underlying event, reason for the credit, party who funded the credit, ratepayer or shareholder, and then the SFR schedule for which the credit would apply.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 196. And does that obviate the need for the KK?
Probably, yes. That would explain, if the late file says who pays for each of the credits, then that would let us know the answer as to how the credits are recouped.
We agree.
Yeah, that would be the company's preference to do this all in the late file.
Okay, thank you. Then we're all caught up on read-ins, and that was late file 196.
Thank you. Moving on to the last topic. The next topic that we started to pose some initial questions on did relate to the lighter. The specific topic that we were inquiring of had to do with usage caps, and there were a number of interrogatories that were responded to. I can reread each of the questions. I believe Mr. Hurwitz answered a handful of them. So unless any of those answers have changed, I can kind of just jump down further down. I'm seeing Mr. Hurwitz nod his head no, so I'm gonna. Let me just ask this. What the various interrogatories were attempting to obtain was an understanding of what the low-income discount credit would be if certain usage caps were implemented, not using an average for the usage cap, but capping it at the various averages that were provided. I wasn't clear if that was what was provided in the interrogatory responses. I'm trying to simplify this. I can go into the details of all the interrogatories if you'd like.
So there were a number of data requests that asked, what I think you're asking is various estimates that we put together to look at what the discount level would be under the proposal. Assuming different average usages.
So to be clear, it wasn't assuming an average usage, it was using an average usage as the cap.
The cap. Well, as the cap. I mean, if you use the average usage to assume that was the discount level, then you can assume that would be what, if you were to use a cap, that would be a cap that would apply to the.
So if I could use an example to maybe clarify, EOE 463 CNG SCG attachment 1. I'll let you open that up because I think it'll help to.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parent, what was the reference?
EOE 463 attachment 1.
Thank you.
And I'm there.
So in this example, this interrogatory requested actual data. So customer details without the PII tied to it, actual usages and whatnot. And in this example, for CNG specifically, there was a row that we referenced in the customer service panel that was Excel row 24297. So this is for CNG specifically. It was customer number 24284. And there was a 2022 usage of 11,144. So under what I believe was provided in response to our interrogatories was using an average, whereas what we were requesting was capping it at the average so that in theory, if the average was in the neighborhood of 800, give or take, if the average was 800, then in this case, 10,300 would be excluded from the lighter discount. So if I could say it a slightly different way, when I looked at EOE 463 attachment 1, specifically for CNG, the total usage that was provided on the very first page at the top was 22,843,298. There was unique accounts of 27,413. Basic division, I came up with an average of 833. So that would be the average here. When we looked at the information that was provided in, I want to make sure I quote it right. It's a different interrogatory response. I believe it was EOE 461. The averages, they didn't reconcile. And what I was trying to truly understand was the information that was provided that would provide the reduction to the lighter amount using one methodology, or was it using the actual ground up data? I guess I'm having trouble reconciling the various pieces of information that was provided. So I'll stop rambling and just ask, was the information that was provided capped at the amount or the average amount, or using the average amount for all customers?
It was using the average amount for all customers as a proxy to get what the level of discounts would be.
Okay, so if the company was to use the information, for example, from EOE 463, would it come up with a different calculation, a projection for the lighter discount?
Well, 463, just to note, is not weather normalized. So that's
Yeah.
the difference with, you pointed to 461. So 461, I don't mean to go back further, but it's based on information provided in EOE 370.
Yep.
So 370 feeds 461. 370 took the base amount before normalization of those numbers, which you'll see matches the total in 463.
So
when you weather normalize, and we believe the weather normalized numbers or averages would be the appropriate one to use for any analysis.
So when the company went from,
Well, that's because 463 is customer specific. 370 and 461 are class averages.
so if I could probe into the two pieces. So if we have a weather normalized and a non-weather normalized, does that mean that there's a factor that simply would be applied to project 2022 that by virtue of being weather normalized was probably a less weather intensive year? I'm using my words, please use your words. So if the information provided in the customer data specifically in EOE 463 was non-weather normalized, and that was less than the weather normalized information that you're referencing in EOE 370, does that mean that there's just a straight factor that one would apply to achieve non-weather to weather for the year 2022?
Yeah, but we do it by month, right? So essentially the winter was milder than normal because the majority of your gas usage is winter. So by month, we would adjust and say, here's the heating degree days that actually occurred over each of the billing cycles. Here's the normal, and we would make an adjustment.
So in the case of CNG specifically, the weather normalized that was provided in EOE 370 was 123.573 MCF. Just make sure I'm not saying anything wrong. That was the same answer that was provided in EOE 461 MCF.
Correct. And
EOE 463 is in CCF. So when I look at the average for CNG, 123.57 versus 833. So that is over a 50% increase, and I'm doing the math in the top of my head here. Does that sound right? And I guess part of my question is when I did the same thing for SCG, and I apologize that I know this isn't the SCG timing, but the increase was not nearly as significant.
Mr. Parent, if I may explain, so 463 is not necessarily, it was intended to answer the question which is asked for hardship customers, provide a customer by customer detail.
Yep.
So the intention, I don't think you can actually get to an average by just looking at unique account, because the count of unique accounts is there were a lot of customers, not a lot, there were significant amount of customers who qualified, who were hardship qualified just for 1 or 2 months, and then they were not. So it's a mismatch. So basically that unique ID is counting each time any customer, like for any month could be a hardship customer, and then their usage. So it's not like that was the information requested. We provided that customer by customer detail. Sure. But to get to average, I think a better average is looking at what we provided in 460, which is looking at month by month usage and monthly average customer count who qualified for hardship. So basically that average is much more accurate than this unique ID, which might which will include if there was a customer who qualified for hardship just for 1 month, then they would show up as a unique ID.
Thank you for that. So if I started to pose this question in the customer service panel, and I think I'd like to just close the loop on it now. In EOE 463, there were a number of customers that had negative usage, some that were more than double what the average was, and I appreciate what you just said with regards to average. So for example, row 2278, which is customer number 2265, had a negative usage, a negative CCF of 1762. What would that be? And that's only one example. There were
Yeah,
quite a few.
there are some in there like that. Without looking at each individual account, it is very likely to be a rebill from a prior period.
So would that contribute to perhaps an additional count of unique accounts?
Yes.
And in the example, I've referenced this at a few minutes back, but customer number 24284 had a usage CCF of 11,144, which is in the neighborhood of 10 to 12x the average that was provided. Has the company dug into any of these to validate the accuracy of what was provided? Is that an accurate number?
The company is reviewing that, and I think there's a late file that will respond to.
Okay.
If there's an update or a correction, we will make it in that late file.
Okay. So I think I'm going to defer off of my pre-prepped questions here and simply ask, if I heard you correctly, the information that was provided did not provide what I'm going to say this backwards, or it's going to sound backwards, the reduction of the discount if a cap was established as being the cap, not an average usage. So whatever I'm really still trying to understand what the reduction to the lighter discounts would be if a cap was employed where any usages above that cap for an individual customer was deferred to the standard rate. Can the company provide that?
Sorry, let me just, if I understand what you're asking here. So let's look at 463.
If I can, while you're doing that, the earlier panel with OCC, docket number 1203 RE11 is the original lighter docket. And in that docket, there were usage caps established for both the EDCs, depending if it was heating or not. I was surprised when reading the materials for the gas companies that they didn't suggest a cap. And essentially, I'm just trying to understand what the lighter would look like if a cap similar to the original lighter docket was established.
So in the attachment to 463, if I understand what you're looking for is, for example, if I look at customer 6 on Excel line 19, that has a usage of 1274 CCF. Are you saying that if, just to pick an average, 1,000, say the average usage or the cap that you would like to look at is 1,000 CCF, are you saying that that customer would
get a discount
up to 1,000, and then the 274 would be priced at
standard rate? That is how
that's what you're looking for in 460, or that's what you've asked?
So that's what the original lighter docket provided for the EDCs that the companies didn't mimic, I should say. So yes, I'm trying to understand what that would look like. And I'm not what the averages are. We were trying to use averages as a starting point to understand the impact. If the company had different increments that they thought would be beneficial in helping the parties to understand the impact, I'd be open for that. We did ask for various averages, but it was with the intent of understanding the impact. So is the company able to provide that, and whether or not it's done on a weatherized basis or a non-weatherized? And if I'm using the wrong terms, I apologize.
One second, please. Just before we accept that, are you looking for that on an individual customer basis of what is in this file? Okay, that's the difficulty I'm having. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so essentially, the company has responded to a handful of interrogatories
Right.
providing what the estimated lighter, I'm going to use the word cost, but reduction would be. And what I'm interested in is what that would be if caps were implemented at different levels. Average is a good starting point. I'm not sure what the right answer ultimately would be. We're looking for that, essentially the exact same approach. I know the EDCs have different averages if it's home heating or not, but to understand what the impact of the lighter would be if there was a cap instituted. So if you do it at a weatherized basis, a non-weatherized, if you're doing it holistically, only the companies have the data to be able to do this.
So you don't have a preference for the cap. We can use one of the caps in these attachments. One of the averages in these attachments is the cap.
One moment. Yeah. Yes, whatever the company believes to be the average is, it would be the ideal starting point.
So yes, we'll take a crack at that.
Okay, so just to clarify, it would be a late file to provide what the reduction to the low-income discount rate reduction, I think the term reduction is what you used, using the average for the company. And it would be provided in an Excel spread, an unlocked Excel spreadsheet that we could understand how the logic would work.
Okay,
great.
Okay, that's late file exhibit 197.
That's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Karen.
Hey, Madam Chairman. I did have something. So we were talking earlier this morning during the discussion in the cross of Pure staff concerning the energy assistance charge or creating that as a mechanism or as tracking mechanism. And Mr. Blank, through some of his questioning, seemed to imply that would it be just as easy to include these discounts into the various revenue decoupling mechanisms, including the DIMP, the CAM, and the PGA?
I recall that.
So would it be easier to just integrate this new lighter LIDR item into what we already have, or does it make more sense to, you obviously think it makes more sense to use the EAC. Why or why not?
Sure.
Why one, not the other?
I think there's two considerations. One is a matter of ease of calculation and the second is transparency. So if you want customers to know how much they are paying on their bill in support of low-income discounts, you would use the EAC approach. It'd be very clear that there's a new line item and you charge me $2 so that I could help everybody else out on the system who is low income.
Right.
If you choose the line item approach, you could dissect the amount of the low-income discount and collect the portion related to gas costs through the PGA, the portion related to DIMP through the DIMP, the portion related to conservation, notwithstanding the discussion about the rate cap through the CAM, and then the balance, the distribution. Suppose you could recover it through decoupling. I personally don't like that, but I think it's possible to do that.
Can I just add that we propose the EAC is, a lot of our proposal stems off the UI plan and what was approved, and the UI, I believe the program, the cost for the LIDR program are covered through the SBC.
Yes, I remember seeing that. Yeah.
It's with other items. So it's not identified separately, but it's part of the SBC. So as a separate, we don't have an SBC for gas. So trying to come up with something comparable led to an EAC.
I understand that. So I'm not sure I remember seeing it in testimony, but maybe it was a discovery answer, but do we expect the uncollectible expense to come down, be reduced due to utilization of this discount? Either in the rate year, test year, rate year, future years?
We're looking to see if we responded to this already in a request. Otherwise, we'll be happy to answer you. Just
Okay.
1 second, please.
Sure.
So we did respond to CAE 094 that discusses this issue. Basically, we said it's difficult to quantify, especially in the first year. But I guess anecdotally, if you have a customer that is unwilling or unable to pay $100, and you have a customer, that same customer is unwilling and unable to pay $50, then your uncollectible expense just dropped by $50.
Right. Yeah, presumably, intuitively, one would think.
That one would think so, yeah, but we attempted to provide more detail on CAE 094.
Okay, thanks, I have that. On page 33 of the profile testimony, there's a table there, what is it, 13, about the bill impacts. So as I figured, it just came out to $340 a month. That's an average cost that will be placed on people's bills, correct?
Got the table right here, right?
4111 average. I just did the math by 12.
Yes, that's correct.
Will some customers see that higher or lower? Again, it being an average based upon what their volumetric charges.
Yes. So we envisioned it as being 100% volumetric charge. So the more you use, the more you would pay.
Yeah, okay. And we discussed also whether the 4 FTEs proposed were either in the revenue requirement, out of the revenue requirement, term they're in, they can easily come out. And then the discussion went to, at some point, maybe we'll just roll them into the revenue requirement and take that out of the EAC charge, presuming that is executed. Do you see the EAC being utilized for any other possible programs, or that be rolled into the revenue requirement at some point as opposed to a standalone mechanism? Some future point, not, maybe within 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, we can't think of, at this point in time, the EAC being used for other programs.
Okay, just check. All right, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Therian, earlier in cross-examination, I believe with my staff, you talked about there being within the class, certain things that you look at to make sure things aren't unreasonable. Assuming you recall that answer, I was just hoping you could elaborate on the types of things that you're checking to make sure it's not unreasonable. For example, are you looking at the exceedance of certain dollar thresholds, or just what did you mean by that, please?
Sure. 1 minute, please. So by way of example, direct testimony, page 23, chart 3. This is a depiction of the residential heating service. It's the largest class. It's all of your single-family residential customers. Under our proposal, very low users would have a 15% rate increase on their total bill. While somebody who uses a lot more gas, like 300 CCF a month, which is, that's pretty big. I mean, we think about typical house in the middle of winter is probably 150 CCF. So if you have a really big house, you're going to have a much larger bill, but it's only a 3.1% increase compared to what you're already paying today. And then there's the average. So when I look at this interclass play, I'm looking for a slope of the line, okay? That is not too dramatic one way or the other. When I look at this, admittedly, it's a little bit steeper of a line than I would like. However, we are rolling in the DIMP. And I think we really need to consider that fact that we're rolling in DIMP into base rates here. So I look at this and I say, you know, on average, 5.2%, I think is pretty reasonable. If you had 3-part rates like you do on commercial and industrial, and we did include that in the detail of the application, you can see that there's really no line. It could be kind of all over the place depending on how well you use your gas. When I say how well, I mean your load factor, how efficiently you use your gas. That's the kind of things I look for. And it's just one of the considerations that we look for.
That's really helpful. Thank you. I want to come back to DIMP in a second, but sticking with this, just to understand the bill frequency analysis that you were doing, was it before or after the application of LiDAR that you did your gut check on the bill frequency?
Everything was before.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And just if I may kind of respond to that, if the use per customer were dramatically different for the potential low-income discount recipients, I might want to have looked at it, but they were fairly close, which is a little surprising, but it's not. We've seen that throughout the country that there's been some maybe false understanding that low-income customers use low usage, and we just haven't really found that. We found it's not as different as people think.
Okay, thank you. I'm familiar with those studies on the electric side. I wasn't sure that they'd been carried over to the
It's fairly similar on the gas side.
gas side. Okay, thank you. So with that answer, it implies to me that the LiDAR customers, that the company was able to identify and supply you with some kind of customer identification of who the LiDAR customers were going to be, based on presumably current financial hardship designation status as
And that's exactly what they provided, current hardship status customers.
Okay, thank you. So from a rate design perspective, if the LiDAR customers can be identified separately in the system, and I know you said in response to Commissioner Karen that you don't like the idea of applying or reconciling LiDAR through the decoupling mechanism, but from a rate design perspective, is there a reason why you couldn't reconcile LiDAR through decoupling?
No, there's no mathematical reason why you couldn't. Cost causation, arguably because we proposed an EAC that's volumetric and decoupling is volumetric, there's not much of a difference. I think it's a matter of what I said, or my response to Commissioner Karen about transparency as to whether or not you want that information, contained within, like the SBC, contained within a larger rate mechanism or not.
Thank you. Are you familiar with any jurisdiction in which there is like a 2-tier decoupling mechanism? And by that, I mean decoupling methodology that calculates one decoupling rate for one group of customers and second for a second group of customers?
Yes,
I'm
it's,
sorry.
no, it's okay. It's actually fairly common on gas utilities where they do what's called revenue per customer per class. So each class is treated independently for purposes of the decoupling. So, and you do that because of this load factor difference, right?
Right.
So like industrial customers may even be excluded from decoupling altogether. Or if they do have decoupling, it tends to be a much smaller adjustment than on the residential side. But I haven't seen like tiers, like I think you're implying like there'd be some sort of cutoff. There are, like in New Hampshire, there's a cap. Okay, and if the rate ends up exceeding 3% of the total bill, it gets deferred and rolled forward and perhaps, subject to reconciliation and recovery in a future period. But I haven't seen any, to the best of my knowledge, any decoupling mechanism that specifically has a low income and a non-low income decoupling
You
mechanism.
saw where I was going with that. Because my question was
Haven't
gonna
seen
be, did the company give any consideration to reconciling rather than the EAC using I don't want to apply tiers. I was saying tier because I thought you had to apply one and then the other, but was there any consideration given to creating a decoupling calculation for just the low income customers and then a subsequent calculation through the decoupling for the non-low income customers? So that the low income customers were not paying for the cost of their own discount.
We didn't look at that, but what I wanted to add, Madam Chair, is in New York affiliates, the RDM is separate by residential and non-residential. So there's a separate pro forma revenue, approved revenue target for just the residential, but it doesn't break it down any further than that.
Okay. I will ask if the company thinks what I just said is advisable, but if I could break it into 2 points and ask first, is it possible from a rate making perspective? And then happy to have your opinion on whether it's advisable.
Would you like that now or in a late file? I would venture to offer that opinion now. It's possible. I don't recommend it. And the reason being is the immaturity or the lack of a program right now. So the biggest thing that's driving these numbers is the amount of enrollments. And until you get to a mature level of enrollments, it's going to be very difficult to have rational rate design around that. We came up with 3 different estimates, and it's in EOE 415. No, excuse me. Yeah, it's EOE 415. It shows 3 different total program cost estimates that we developed throughout the course of this proceeding, just based on different discovery requests. And so my point is that when something is unstable as that, so new and unlearned, I wouldn't recommend then going ahead and doing something like having its own unique decoupling mechanism out of the gates. Maybe down the road, but I wouldn't recommend it now.
If I could just add something to that is for the RDM and the annual reconciliation, that's over a 12-month period. LiDAR, we're enrolling customers that qualify or moving them off on a rolling monthly basis. And what we found many, many years ago in New York that led to combining all the residentials together into a single class is that dynamic of moving between 2 different RDM classes, if you will, creates some very significant variances at the end of the year that may not be what any of us want. So I would say that that's probably not something that we would recommend.
Thank you. Just so I take it from that New York has an annual decoupling reconciliation as opposed to some jurisdictions that have monthly reconciliations of decoupling.
Correct. Yeah, we have a rate year approved revenue, RDM revenue target for each class of residential as a lump and then non-residential as a lump sum
Okay.
for the gas companies.
All right. I appreciate that. Maybe just throwing it back to the panel one more time because I want to make sure we're not conflating the two questions. Like the idea of the two-tier decoupling calculation in my mind was trying to solve for the problem of the LiDAR customers paying for their own discount, and which is a different problem than I think we were talking through earlier about the advisability of having an EAC versus decoupling. I just want to make sure that that concern wasn't lost on the panel and you wouldn't adjust any of your answers, just reflagging that concern.
And I understand and respect your concern. I'm not sure there's an easy solution to the fact that under the current proposal, low-income discount customers would in fact be paying some portion of their own discount. I think we had that discussion with Connecticut Water as well. That it becomes a little bit of a loop but rest assured, it's a small portion.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the panel indulging in those questions. I can move on. And Mr. Therian, as promised, I did want to come back to DEMP. To have my discussion about DEMP, I just want to ask, are you familiar with WICA? I know and you just alluded to testifying in Connecticut Water.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And specifically, are you familiar about the percentage limit on the WICA surcharge per year and between rate classes? I'm just generally.
Generally, I am aware of it. Yes, as I understand it, it's a cumulative revenue requirement, percentage of total bill. So if the charge is greater than 5%, 3% of the total bill, then it's capped. That doesn't mean that those investments are no longer or are deemed imprudent by any means. It just means they're not included in rates until the company's next rate case. That's my understanding of it.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that DEMP is designed in that way, as you just described with WICA?
With the exception that there is no cap.
Thank you. So speaking a little bit about the types of costs that go into DEMP, is there any distinction between infrastructure for which we're seeking cost recovery through DEMP versus infrastructure that, and let me back up. I'm asking from a rate making perspective, although Mr. Hurwitz, this may be a revenue question. Is there any distinction from a rate making perspective about the infrastructure that you're collecting costs for through DEMP versus infrastructure that is recovered in base rates?
I mean, I'll start and maybe Mr. Hurwitz will add on to it. I would say probably the biggest difference is depreciable lives. So the rate in which those assets are recovered. So when you think about DEMP, right, you're really talking about cast iron mains, bare steel mains, and services, right? So it's a pretty finite and kind of known replacement value future life. System-wide, it's all over the place, right? I mean, you have intangibles, which is really short, and then you have, major projects, which are much longer. So in my mind, depreciation makes a difference.
Thank you.
No, I think Mr. Therian captured it. The DIMP applies to a specific subset of our property. I don't know exactly if there's something you had in mind with distinction. It is limited to certain types of property, as Mr. Therian described.
Thank you. Let me clarify. Are capital expenditures that you make between rate cases subject to carrying costs?
So the computation of the revenue requirement that's reflected in the DIMP surcharge does include a return on rate base, and assets outside of the DIMP mechanism for which we're seeking recovery today, we've also included in rate base.
Okay, I think I'm asking a slightly.
I might be missing.
That was helpful. It was helpful for a later question, but the specific question I'm asking right now is the infrastructure that you're seeking to recover in DEMP versus the infrastructure that you're recovering just through the normal course of a rate proceeding. in that latter category, is that infrastructure? So your last rate case was 2017, you installed capital in 2020. Has it been accruing carrying costs since then until this rate proceeding?
I understand. I think the answer is no. If the asset was not in rate base, we wouldn't have separately recorded carrying costs after it went into service. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why we think it's so important that rate year capital or rate year plant additions get reflected in the proposed revenue requirement, because we are going to close plant to service during the rate year, and we are going to incur costs doing so. And it's, to us, important that we recover those costs.
Understood. So for DEMP, the infrastructure that's being recovered through a contemporaneous cost recovery mechanism is an under collection in DEMP subject to carrying charges year to year.
You're asking not about the plant that may have given rise to that under collection, but the deferral on our books. Does it attract carrying costs?
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure, but I will check and get back to you. 1 second.
Okay, because I can tie it back to WICA. I'm trying to understand. In WICA, the statute prohibits carrying charges on under collections. I'm trying to understand if that's the same for.
Oh, so you're talking about the reconciliation difference?
Correct.
Okay, not
I
the
was-
plant, not the plant itself, because the plant itself,
I was talking about that first, and now I'm talking about.
Okay. I don't recall.
Okay.
Have to leave it to them.
I think the answer is no. So I would emphasize the DIMP includes a return on rate base component, as we discussed, but we do not think carrying costs get added to the deferral that results from that computation, if that distinction makes sense.
The deferral being the under, so if you didn't collect your DIMP revenue requirement in the rate year, the under collection to the next year is not subject to carrying charges.
Maybe I'll try an example. I think you got to put just some illustrative numbers. If we have a DIMP, an actual DIMP revenue requirement of $100, that will include a return on rate base component. But embedded within our base distribution rates, again, just for illustrative purposes, may be $90 for the DIMP, for DIMP assets, creating a deferral of 10. Subject to check, we do not think that $10 deferral attracts carrying costs.
Thank you. How about the inverse? Does it accrue? So on the WICA side, the over collection does receive carrying charges. Is it a parallel to DIMP?
I think no. It is not different if there's an over or under collection for the DIMP. It's the same.
No carrying charges under or over collection.
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. So in the extensive discussion earlier about the design of DIMP, and I think I understood the distinction about why it's set to 0 in rate year 1. Well, let me say it this way. Did I understand the testimony to be that rate year 1 has a DIMP rate of 0 because the revenue requirement is built into base rates, but moving into year 2, the rate year +1 requires the surcharge to increase? So assuming I understood that correctly, has the company thought through any alternative design of DIMP to avoid that kind of rate shock? I know it's a very open-ended question, but having not been here when DIMP was designed, has the company entertained any other proposals to the design of DIMP?
If I may, I'm not understanding the rate shock component, because all you're doing is taking a rate that was being charged customer on a standalone basis and taking that and moving it into base rates. So the revenue requirement, it's the same. You're just moving it from one line item to another. So there's no rate shock. There's a bill display difference where somebody may say, hey, my DIMP went from, I don't know why anybody would complain, but my DIMP went from, 4 cents to nothing.
But in year 2, isn't DIMP collecting an incremental revenue
It is.
requirement? So it's not moving from the base rates to that surcharge. So like there's incremental revenue being collected in year 2.
Yes, there is, like WICA, that's right. And the reason for that is to frankly promote that investment, right? We want to get rid of this leak-prone pipe. So part of the call to arms by PHMSA was to say, hey, we need you to get rid of this leak-prone pipe on an accelerated basis. And regulators, we highly recommend that you provide timely rate recovery for those utilities that accelerate their cast iron and bare steel pipe replacement. So it was kind of part of that compact, like, this is a really important safety issue, let's get rid of this pipe. So it eliminated the regulatory lag. Utilities say, yes, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna propose, like, instead of taking 58 years to get rid of this pipe, we'll do it in 20. And then the authority would then rule on that, whether that was, a good idea or not.
Thank you. I totally understand that. I understand the from the earlier panel, I can't remember if it's gas operations or whatnot. I believe the testimony from the witnesses spoke to why we don't have a cap each year, but I guess understanding and not disputing the philosophy behind DIMP, I'm asking, has there been an alternative design for how to recover it so that you're not seeing the incremental surcharge each year because there's no cap like there is for WICA, where you're holding down the prices to no more than 5% per year, no more than 10% between rate cases. What is the price control or the consumer protection control for DIMP? Because it doesn't appear there is one built into the design of it now. So has the company considered any alternatives to the design of DIMP? Rate design DIMP.
So I can think of a couple. I think one, the panel already discussed kind of the regulatory compact in New York, which is to do successive 3-year plans and bake into those 3 years their anticipated, their budget for cast iron and bare steel replacement. So that's one way. Okay, so you just don't reconcile it, but it's included in rates. You may not recall this detail in the Connecticut plan, and maybe the operations panel covered it and I didn't hear it, but they are held to, I believe it's a 15% overage on their annual spend. Otherwise, it can't be included in the mechanism. So there is a cap, if you will, on spending in Connecticut by utility.
Okay, can't be included in the mechanism, but it can be pushed forward to the next rate case.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Anything other panel members would add?
I might add a couple general observations. One, it wasn't specific to the DIMP, but I think there are elements of our application in this case to speak to broadly the types of things we do to control costs generally that include our procurement practices, which include conducting competitive solicitations, selecting the lowest cost, technically qualified bidder there, and the operations panel could talk much longer about all of the cost control measures we have in place to make sure that the costs we seek recovery for are reasonable and as low as possible. And my recollection is the gas operations panel, maybe the capital panel, also described some of the factors outside of the company's control affecting these costs, the requirement for, more police presence at the site, the requirements for, enhanced, maybe environmental regulations. And there are a host of others described in that testimony that, we're not in control of. They're the things we have to comply with. And I think the DIMP is an expensive program. It takes tens of millions of dollars of capital for us to invest each year, and timely and reliable and consistent cost recovery is important for us to be able to raise the capital necessary to replace leak-prone pipes.
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. I think you've pointed out the flaw in how I asked my last question. It wasn't, what I'm driving at is there a different rate design to mitigate the price volatility? I think I was incorrectly using rate shock earlier, and to be precise, I'm talking about the volatility there. And if there's any design, like, let's set aside any dispute about the amount of money, but if there's any other rate design principle to minimize the volatility in that, is what I'm driving for. And I will leave it here if there's no further answer to that.
I think
it may be departing a little bit from a mechanism, but Mr. Ramal informs me sometimes, and I think it's been done in Connecticut, like under a 3-year plan, you'll do an averaging, instead of having year one be a large increase and then subsequent years being smaller, you do a rate equalization over a period of time. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't apply that to just DIMP investment as well. And I'm informed by the company they'd be happy to bring this back and formulate a more comprehensive late file response for you if you'd like.
I would, thank you. So 198, I'll just say if there's, provide any other alternative DIMP rate design considerations. Is that okay?
And just to make sure I understand your question, because I think I missed the mark a couple times potentially. You're interested in whether we have a proposal for mitigating the year-to-year volatility in the amount of revenue to be collected through the DIMP. So just anything that might smooth that out from a customer perspective.
Exactly. And you only missed the mark because I didn't ask it very precisely the first couple of times, but I think we're on the same page. So it's 198, please.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it for me, which brings us to redirect. So it's 2:40. Do we want to take a 15-minute break? And we'll come back for any redirect before moving into the SCG panel. Okay.
Chair Gillette, do we anticipate getting to start depreciation today?
I hope so.
So do I. Okay. Okay, we'll just be optimistic and hopefully we will. Thanks.
Very optimistic. You can start depreciation.
Oh, that's All right, Attorney Venora?
Yes, thank you. We have just a couple of items. Okay. Mr. Therian, I'm just going to start out with well, I think it's just a simple clarification. You were asked some questions during cross-examination regarding the customer charge, and you were asked to compare some amounts between SCG and CNG. I think they were total, I think the one number you cited was 241,000 compared to the first SCG 255 million. Is it correct that the first number was 241 million?
Yes, they both should have been million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
In the questions from the chair regarding the DIMP program, you referenced, I think it was a spending cap of 50%. Do you have any further comment on that topic?
Yes, after consultation with the company, it's my understanding that that cap has been eliminated, and it's now just a normal prudency review.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Therian, just staying with you, earlier during staff's cross-examination, there was discussion regarding non-firm margin, and wondering if you would please provide an explanation as to the nature of the costs that are incurred to produce non-firm margin.
Certainly, non-firm margins are the product of making short-term transaction sales on interstate pipeline capacity. So upstream costs to interstate pipeline for the ability to transport on their pipeline.
Okay. So in terms of cost causation principles, is there any reason that the non-firm margin revenue would be disassociated with the underlying gas pipeline costs?
No.
Okay. And in your experience, is there any basis to associate non-firm margin with a plant account?
No.
Okay. And lastly, Mr. Ramal, if I asked you those same questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay. And just lastly, Mr. Hurwitz, do you recall discussion during the earlier cross-examination by staff on the concept of using a regulatory asset for the low-income discount rate discount implementation?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any comments in relation to that concept?
Yes, I recall that there was a suggestion during earlier cross-examination of this panel regarding the potential use of a regulatory asset for addressing various matters related to the low-income discount rate. And as respectfully as possible, we deliberately did not propose regulatory asset treatment for these costs. That feels very uncertain to us. Even the language of the question, Mr. Blank, I recall, referred to it as possible recovery in a future rate case. Again, respectfully, cost recovery here should not be a maybe. If we offer, at Pura's approval, a discount to our low-income customers to advance public policy goals, we should be entitled to recover the cost of offering that discount. And the suggestion that, well, we can just defer it and maybe get cost recovery at some date in the future is concerning to us. We don't know when CNG or SCG will file their next rate case. There are a host of other factors and considerations that may involve. And so we've proposed a path that provides more certain and more timely cost recovery.
Thank you. And that's all we have for redirect.
Okay, thank you. Does the company have any new witnesses for the SCG equivalent panel?
We do not.
Okay, Attorney Vaughn.
Good afternoon. Ms. Lawson, get settled. To the panel members, do you recall answering a series of questions I asked you at the start of your testimony for CNG on the topic of rate design and cost of service?
Yes.
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 Do you also recall answering questions on cross-examination from Pura staff, consultants for Pura, OCC, EOE, and the commissioners during that portion of the hearing?
Yes.
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 In appearing now for SCG and for the purposes of administrative efficiency, do you adopt your testimony from the CNG transcript and stipulate that if asked those same questions again, your answers would be the same?
Yes.
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 Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin with authority staff and just looking at my late file exhibits. You know what? I think they might have some specific references or numbers, so might be better just to re-ask the late file exhibits during staff's cross, please. Mr. Skarzinski.
Okay. Good afternoon, panel. Rich Skarzinski, Pura staff. If you could turn to schedule SCG WP C-3.01B, line 10. I'd like to start off with discussion about other revenues. This is the intercompany revenues. And if you'd let me know when you're there, please.
Okay, we're there.
Okay, thank you. And the company provided, the company provided intercompany revenues of 2.974 million for the 2022 test year, and also forecasted the same amount for the rate year. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and if you recall this morning, I asked a series of questions regarding this issue. And I referenced an OCC interrogatory, and I believe the equivalent interrogatory for SCG is OCC 299. So if you could pull that up, and I'll try to expedite this as much as possible because I think it's going to be similar types of questions.
Okay.
Okay. And in the questions this morning with CNG, I referred to two parts of the interrogatory response, that the first being that explained the nature of the intercompany revenue account. And the second indicating that the response provided the policy of the company to use the prior year's forecast. Would you agree that that would also pertain to SCG conceptually?
Yes.
Okay. And then went on to refer to an attachment within the same interrogatory, in this case, OCC 299, that provided data through October 2023. Is that also parallel for SCG?
Correct.
Okay. And then we had some discussion, and I had requested a late file to look at, to provide through year end 2023. And fair to say that the company was in agreement with providing that and updating?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could just get the parallel for this one, Chairman, late filed, I could close out this topic pretty quickly.
Late file 199.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then still moving on a couple of questions. This would be if we could refer to RRU 328, attachment 1, page 10. And again, would fall under the topic of other revenues under special contracts and interruptible rates. And if you just let me know when you're there, please.
Yeah, RRU 328. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you just confirmed that the amount for the special contracts and interruptible sales for SCG is 18.846 million, roughly, approximately, for the rate year?
Yes.
Okay. And if you're calling in the morning, I asked a couple of questions regarding whether there were any factors or portions of interruptible service that would adjust those factors. In other words, the test year and the rate year in the exhibit are the same. That was the premise and the reason for these questions. Is your testimony the same for SCG as it was this morning for CNG conceptually on those types of questions?
Yes.
Okay, and good on that. Thank you. And if we could refer to, this is a couple of questions about the sales forecast. If we could refer to exhibit SCG-MJP-MCL-1, page 7, please.
Okay.
Okay. And do you recall this morning in the CNG panel, asked a series of questions just asking about the differences in the forecast methodology from the residential general and residential heating versus the multi-dwelling residential classes. I'm gonna keep going here a little bit if you can bear with me. And also questions regarding that went into a little bit of detail explaining the use per customer versus the historical methodologies. And we also talked about, I'll stop there. For the residential class, you responded and gave the differences in that. Is it similar for SCG as it was for the CNG question, as the responses to the CNG questions?
Yes, it is, Mr. Skarsinski.
Okay. And then moving down the line, we also had, if you recall, we had discussion in the CNG panel on the commercial and industrial customer classes. And we talked a little bit about econometric modeling. Would that be the same for SCG?
Correct.
Thank you. I do have one specific question on SCG. On page 8 of the exhibit, it summarizes the estimated annual residential growth rates by customer class. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for the, excuse me, for the residential general rate class showed an estimated decline of just under 9%, 8.91%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know I had asked an interrogatory regarding the customer aspect. So my question here is this pertaining to the decline is the usage? And then later on in your testimony, I believe for SCG on page 11, you talk about the difference in the customer growth rate decline. So is this for usage that we're talking about here, the 8.91%?
Yes. Yeah, it specifically says weather normalized. So that gives me the indication this is usage. And particularly that would be, as you referenced, the customers converting from RSG to RSH, right?
Right. And right. And I neglected to ask about the usage part in the interrogatory. So this was a second chance at bite of the apple. So I just want to confirm that. Thank you. Yeah, and sorry, my voice is a little gravelly. On page 9 of your testimony, you go on to discuss about the out of model adjustments to the CNG energy efficient group. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if you recall this morning, we had a bit of a discussion on that, and I had asked for a late filed exhibit to MJP MCL. In this case, it's -2. It's on page 4. And it asked about it. We talked about getting a column that showed the out of model adjustments and update. Is it okay to can we get an equivalent late file to do the same for SCG?
Yeah. So this would be equivalent to LFE 190.
Yes.
Adding the units attributed to energy efficiencies that were reduced in a column by customer class.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
It's leave exhibit 200.
Okay, and If we could refer to RRU 328, attachment 1, page 9. And this is under the revenue allocation.
We have that.
Okay. And Mr. Therian, recall this morning, asked a series of questions regarding to the parallel attachment for CNG. Can you summarize the results of the by rate class of for SCG? Go down go down by customer class, give the results of the rate of return to the allocated cost of service, or A class. Just give a summary, similar to what you did this morning with CNG for SCG.
Certainly, using actually page 11 of that attachment is better because I can describe both ROR ratios at present and at proposed. And at present, the residential rate of return ratios are below the target of 1.0, and the commercial values and industrial values are greater than 1.0, which indicates that residential customer rates need to be increased greater than the average in order to approach the system average rate of return. And under our proposal, we made significant progress towards that, with the residential rates improving significantly and the meaning increasing towards the 1.0, while the commercial and industrial rates are proposed to increase less than the system average, which then results in their ROR ratios closer to 1. So in summary, we're flattening all rates closer to the 1.0 target ROR ratio.
Okay, thank you. And do you recall this morning in the CNG panel, I had asked about the thresholds and parameters, and you had responded. Is it fair to say that for SCG, the parameters and thresholds in general for the allocation of the revenues at a customer class level also applied for SCG?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to just topically move on to the rate mechanisms. And if you could refer to your testimony, SCG-RDCOS-1, page 20, please.
I have that.
Okay, and the company's rate design proposed to roll in 100% of the DIMP revenue requirements into base rates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you confirm the amount that SCG is requesting to roll into base rates is 48.456 million? I pulled that from exhibit CNG-SCG RRP-10. You could just confirm whether that's the right amount or not, please.
Subject to check, that's correct.
Okay. And do you recall, we had some lengthy discussion about the tariffs and the current DIMP rates and resetting the rates to 0 and for the time period between November and April 2025. Would that also apply? And you guys respond, the company responded, excuse me. Is that also applicable to SCG?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We also finished up our discussion and walking through a discussion of trying to look ahead into the DIMP reconciliation under the current structure, and you testified to that. Would conceptually that also apply to SCG as their discussion this morning?
Yes.
Okay, and for system expansion reconciliation, or the SCR mechanism, the company's proposed the rate design includes 100% of the SCR revenue requirements in base rates. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you confirm that the amount that SCG is requesting to roll into base rates is 16.509 million from exhibit CNG-SCG RRP-11?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. And similar to our discussion on DIMP, under that system expansion, that rate would be, if approved, would be reset to 0 as of November. We talked about the scored tariffs that regarding the current SCR rate, then as opposed to that filed in the exhibit E1.1. And we talked about the time period where the SCR would be 0 if approved. Is that correct? Thank you. And if you could refer to the response to RRU 369, please.
Have that.
Thank you. And in the response, the company estimates that the system expansion revenue deficiency would range between 7.4 million and 8.8 million over the next 10 years, the wind down period. Is that accurate?
Give me a moment to confirm that.
Sure.
Yes, we can confirm that.
Thank you. And do you recall, Mr. Patel, we had discussion this morning regarding the primary drivers of the revenue deficiency. Is the testimony that you provided for CNG the same for SCG?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you could refer to RRU 747, please.
Okay.
Okay, and do you recall this morning in the CNG panel, that's the series of questions on a parallel interrogatory that discussed your methodology and assumptions resulted in folding in the system expansion revenues into the revenue decoupling mechanism in my interrogatory request. Is that correct?
Yes, I recall that.
Okay. And we also discussed the pros and cons of incorporating the system expansion into decoupling earlier today on the CNG panel. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Would the testimony that you provided for CNG to those areas also apply for SCG?
Yes, they would.
Okay. I'm just trying to break this up a little bit here. We also discussed some of the challenges or the differences between being customers being billed on an MDQ versus a volumetric basis for RDM. And we also discussed how it applied to the commercial classes as well as the metered residential multi-dwelling class of customers. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And is your testimony that you provided in CNG the same for SCG on those topics?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, we talked about the impact to non-residential customers if the system expansion reconciliation mechanism were to be eliminated and system expansion revenues were to become included in the revenue decoupling mechanism. And last, you also mentioned that a final SCR reconciliation would need to be performed to true up any deferred items. Do you recall that for
Yes.
CNG?
I recall that.
Okay. And is your testimony that was provided your responses to CNG the same for SCG?
Yes, they would apply here as well.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much, panel.
For the record, I'm Larry Blank, PIRA staff consultant. Good afternoon, panel.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Ramal, am I saying your name correctly?
Yes, you are.
Ramal, thank you. Mr. Ramal, is the allocated cost of service study for SCG separate and distinct from the model you developed for CNG? In terms of the numbers populating, are they two separate models?
They are two different models.
But the same construct, correct?
Yes, same construct, same methodology.
Thank you. So the general nature of the merchant function for SCG, now, is it your understanding that that merchant function that we discussed this morning for SCG is the same as you described for CNG this morning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And is the design of the allocated cost of service study for SCG as it pertains to the merchant function the same as the cost study for CNG?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Let's look at SCG work paper C-3.23. I think maybe we could pull that up. Do you have it? So do you need the reference again?
Yeah, I might look here.
This will be quick. We're just looking for a number. So line 28, so it's SCG WP C-3.23. Line 28.
Is that the one, non-firm margin docket number 210624?
That's correct. And just for the record, the amount stated there, do you have it, Mr. Patel?
13,335,000.
Yes, thank you. So Mr. Ramal, would your testimony be the same as this morning for CNG? Would you be able to take that amount and include it as a regulatory liability in the merchant function rate base within the SCG allocated cost of service study?
Yep, as I said earlier, if the authority requires us, we can mechanically make that change, knowing that it's a revenue requirement change as well.
Yes, thank you. So, Madam Chair, the LFE on this one,
It's 201 and the number is 13.335. Is that correct?
yes,
Million?
ma'am, that's the only change
Okay.
relative to the other LFE.
Okay, so late file exhibit 201.
Thank you. Mr. Therian, could you just quickly reference or take a look at RRU 830?
I have that.
And is this the SCG response related to revenue decoupling in general?
Yes.
And there's a statement in there regarding exclusion of revenue from LiDAR discounts.
Yes.
Okay, and if I were to ask the questions I asked you this morning pertaining to CNG, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay, thank you. I think just one more question, Mr. Therian. Please reference RRU 827.
I have that.
And again, is it SCG's request to the authority for the authority to create a regulatory asset for LiDAR related costs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. All set. All right. CIEC has waived, which brings us to the Office of Consumer Counsel, please.
Hello again, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. This is going to be hopefully much faster than the first time. The Office of Consumer Counsel asked this panel some questions, asked the CNG panel some questions this morning regarding customer charges, including the methodology for calculating them, the mechanics of the relationship to volumetric and demand charges, and the equalization of the customer charges for certain rate classes as between the two companies. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Would there be any different responses from SCG to any of those questions that you can think of?
No, there were not.
Thank you. We also requested a late file exhibit for the company's other affiliates treatment for fixed charges, which I acknowledge would be identical as between the two companies. But I think as we've been doing through the proceeding, I'd just like to ask for a duplicate of that late file exhibit.
So ordered as late file exhibit 202.
Thank you. Consumer Counsel Coleman asked some questions about bad check charges and whether the amount charged to customers matched the amount incurred by the company. Would there be any different responses to those questions from SCG?
No, they'd be the same.
Thank you. And we had also asked for a late file exhibit there, I think asking for the total charged of customers and incurred in the test year. Could we ask for I assume that would not be an exact duplicate for SCG.
So 193 is reproduced as 203 for SCG.
Thank you. Consumer Counsel Coleman also asked about reconnection charges, as well as the costs associated with the reconnection visits. Would there be any different responses to that line of questioning from SCG?
There is a difference with SCG for reconnection charges. We proposed currently SCG charges an average rate, fixed rate for reconnection charges to all customers. And we propose to eliminate that and move toward a cost-based rate similar to what's in place for CNG.
Okay. So would that change make the treatment for those charges the same between the two companies?
I think you would ask for actual costs associated with that charge for the test year. Is that what it was?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes. I was just asking a clarifying question to what you just testified, though, which is that it sounds like the change proposed for SCG would result in the similar reconnection charge treatment as between SCG and CNG.
I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
And you anticipated my next question, which is that we did ask for a late file for the total charged in the test year and the total number of visits for the reconnection charge. Could we have that produced for SCG as well?
194 is reproduced as 204 for SCG.
Thank you. We asked a lot of questions about the development of the low-income discount rate proposal, consideration of the potential effect on electric low-income discount rate on the energy burden, household energy burden, whether the company designed the low-income discount rate in this case specifically to offset the impact of proposed fixed charge adjustments, questions about the DSS data sharing arrangement. Would any of those responses be different from SCG?
They're the same.
Thank you. And one kind of follow-up question, actually, I think Mr. Therian, just for clarification, you had testified in the earlier panel that the LiDAR cost estimates were derived based on hardship designation data. Is that correct?
It progressed through the proceeding. So it was initially based on hardship designation and then, forgive me, I forget the acronym, something S. There's an additional data source.
DSS.
Yes, thank you. DSS, that was also considered.
Thank you. That was going to be my question, whether there had also been some calculations using DSS data. I had asked about the FTEs associated with the LiDAR. We had a discussion about whether they should be included in base rates or through the mechanism and how the revenue requirement might be adjusted if those FTE costs were shifted to the mechanism. Would there be any different responses to those questions from SCG?
No.
Thank you. I asked about the attachment 1 to the application for CNG, whether that was calculated in consideration of the LiDAR, and acknowledging that attachment 1 to SCG's application has different numbers. Would the responses to those questions be conceptually the same?
They would.
Thank you. I had asked for, I hope was our last late file about whether applying the LiDAR to that exhibit would result in the same household income impacts as provided in response to OCC 679, for which the SCG equivalent is OCC 682. Could I ask the same late file from SCG?
I might just not have recorded that level of detail. Are you trying to replicate 195, which was, I just wrote down as reproduce application attachment 1, assuming application of the LiDAR?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and for clarification, I just added to that if the company finds that conducting that exercise would result in the same data as provided in response to OCC 679, then that could just be the response. It wouldn't need to replicate that exercise.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's late file exhibit 205.
Thank you. I had one last question, which actually I think is similar to the very last question that Mr. Blake just asked. And it's just for clarification. And I had actually written this question before that response, but now I feel like I need more clarification. I had heard Mr. Hurwitz's redirect in the last panel about as I heard it, responsive to the notion, I think, of booking the LiDAR cost as a regulatory asset. But then I also heard, I think, some other testimony describing the proposal here to hold the LiDAR cost as a regulatory asset. So I guess my clarification question is the distinction conceptually between what Mr. Hurwitz was talking about and describing the LiDAR proposal here about the proposal to recover that deferral annually through a mechanism as opposed to wait until the next rate case to recover that deferral?
That's correct.
Thank you. That was my final question for this panel.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Anna Weege. Thank you. Attorney Wright. EOE, please.
Hi, Kim White, EOE. This will be really fast. Earlier, Mr. Parent asked the CNG panel a series of questions regarding employee cost additions, customer credits, and LiDAR caps. In lieu of repeating each individual question, EOE is re-asking those questions for the record now. And does SCG stipulate that it would provide the same answers to each question?
Yes.
Yes.
And further, EOE requests that SCG provide the same late filed exhibits that CNG agreed to provide. I believe they were 196 and 197.
Okay, those would be 206 and 207.
That's all EOE has for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Bless you. Commissioner Karen.
Simply, discussions we had earlier with the CNG panel, would your answers and discussion be the same as it was before?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Just a very quick question on the, you talked about special contracts, I think in cross-examination with Mr. Skarzinski, we're by 18.6 million. Is that the figure? And I guess my question is, what's the breakdown in terms of customer class for the special contracts?
One moment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Betkowski, we've got 15 million in special contracts for SCG, and typically those are extremely large customers, whether it's manufacturing or at large universities.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. My other question was, you talked about the deficiency in system expansion. I think was between 7.8 and $8.4 million. What exactly does that mean? I mean, you're not going to stop expanding if people need gas, right?
Correct. Yeah. So by deficiency for SCG in the last rate case, there was an assumed 8.16 million embedded for system expansion in the rates, right? So essentially the concept was existing customers would fund the early years, and then as the system expansion went, the increased revenue of on or off main customers would ideally fund itself, and then we would refund the 8 million that was essentially forwarded by those existing. The last year, 2022, the revenue that collected from system expansion customers almost equaled the revenue requirement to serve those customers. So all else equal, the revenue and revenue requirement netted to zero. However, we still had the 8 million that was essentially forwarded by the existing customers that needed to be recouped, right? So that's
Got
that
that number.
million,
Okay.
and that's, yeah.
I get it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Unless there's any differences in the panel's answers to my questions from CNG, I think all I have is requests to repeat the late file 198 as 208, please. Okay. Attorney Venora, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
No, thank you. We have no redirect.
Thank you. All right, then, thank you to the panel. This panel is excused. And if I could call up the CNG depreciation panel, and the authority staff can approach the cross-examination table, please.
Thank you.
Mhm. You had another witness, right?
Yeah, we're just, Mr. Alice just stepped out for momentarily. And
Okay.
while he's out, I would just note that we had identified Ms. DeBerge as a witness on this panel, and as you saw this past week, she is injured, unable to attend. We had identified Ms. Van Luling as attending in her absence to the case coordinator.
Understood. And just say if there's any questions that Ms. Van Luling cannot answer, but would be more appropriate for Ms. Burge, then we can take a late file.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, if you would like to introduce your witness panel, please.
Absolutely. I'd ask the witness panels to each please state their full names and positions for the record, beginning with Ms.
Andrea Van Luling, Networks Controller.
Ned Alice, I'm a vice president with Gannett Fleming.
Thank you. And Ms. Van Luling, you remain sworn. Mr. Alice has not been sworn in yet.
Okay, Mr. Alice, if you could please raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Attorney Vaughn.
Mr. Alice, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits CNG-NWA 1 through 3, SCG-NWA 1 through 3, CNG-NWA-rebuttal 1, and SCG-NWA-rebuttal 1?
Yes,
Did you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in an interrogatory response?
No,
Thank you. And do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross.
Thank you. We'll begin with authority staff. Mr. Garrett, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your proposed depreciation rates for CNG in this case would result in an increase in depreciation expense of about $2.6 million based on plant balances at December 31st, 2022. Is that correct?
Sorry, the number you said was?
2.6 million.
Yes, that's correct.
And the main driver of that proposed increase is due to a change in net salvage rates. Is that right?
Yes, I would agree. That's the biggest contributing factor. Yes.
More so than a change in service lives, for example.
Yes.
Okay. And did you conduct a field review of CNG's plant in this case?
Yes, we did a site visit actually for both companies.
And so both companies, that would have been conducted as part of the same site visit?
Yes, it was.
And you obtained information from company personnel in that visit?
In the site visits, and I think in at least one other meeting as well to discuss aspects of the study and an understanding of the company's operations and future operating environment, things like that.
And do you recall being asked in discovery to provide the information you obtained in those meetings?
Yes.
And you provided that information in discovery?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to ask some questions about your proposed net salvage rates. So you and OCC witness, Mr. Dunkel, are proposing different net salvage rates for the company's accounts in this case. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And in particular, his are considerably lower than what the company's currently using or has for several cases.
And so is it also accurate to say it's not just a difference in net salvage rates that you're proposing, but also different methods by which net salvage could be estimated?
Yes. Yeah. And in particular, he's used a different analysis for his recommendations.
A different analysis than yours, you're saying?
Well, yes, but also a different analysis than, what depreciation textbooks say and things like that as well.
And you refer to your method in your testimony as the traditional method, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, because I might use the same term in my questioning, referring to the method you used in this case. Could you briefly summarize how net salvage rates are estimated under the traditional method?
Sure. So like with anything, there's not just statistical analysis that you're looking at, but The traditional method is primarily referring to the statistical analysis you used. And that statistical analysis compares recorded net salvage, cost removal, and gross salvage actually, to recorded retirements and expresses them as a ratio. And that analysis can then be used to extrapolate and estimate future net salvage ratios.
What is your understanding of Mr. Dunkel's proposed method, and how would it be different from the traditional method?
So my understanding is that his analysis looks at the recorded costs and compares the depreciation expense for net salvage to the recorded net salvage costs in, say, the most recent 5-year period or something like that. Which means that it's a function of how many assets were retired in that year, and it doesn't really encapsulate the fact that those will grow over time, which is where using a ratio does take into account that relationship, and that's why it's used almost everywhere.
You have some discussion in your testimony about the authority's prior rulings or precedent regarding this net salvage issue. Is that right?
I did have some discussion of that, I think both my direct and rebuttal testimony.
Would it be fair to say, though, that you would be proposing the traditional method of net salvage regardless of the authority's precedent?
I think it's the right method to use and it's appropriate. So, I mean, I don't know how to answer that exactly, but I think it's the right method to use, and that's why it's used in the vast majority of U.S. regulatory jurisdictions.
Could you turn to page 28 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And starting on line 13 and going to the next page, you list several cases in which Mr. Dunkel proposed a different net salvage method than the traditional method. Is that accurate?
Not exactly. I'm not certain that he was in all of those cases. That's a list of cases in which the traditional method was adopted and contested and adopted in some way, shape, or form.
So Mr. Dunkel didn't necessarily testify in each one of those.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other jurisdictions in which Mr. Dunkel, you were involved in the same case as Mr. Dunkel, and he proposed the type of net salvage method he's proposing in this case?
Your question is, have I seen him propose the same method he's using in this case elsewhere?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you aware that his position was adopted in that jurisdiction?
You'd have to ask me about specific ones. There's been more than one.
I guess I wouldn't. Are you aware of any instance in which it has been adopted as it's being presented in this jurisdiction?
I think as far as the method, there was a case or two in Maine. But I don't recall others off the top of my head.
Has he proposed a similar method in Pennsylvania that you're aware of?
No, he hasn't. Pennsylvania actually is pretty unique in the sense that it doesn't include any future net salvage and depreciation. Net salvage is instead recovered after it's incurred, and that's been since a somewhat unusual court decision in 1962.
So the net salvage is recovered after it's incurred?
Yes.
Is that somewhat similar to the type of method Mr. Dunkel is proposing in this case, where you look at recent costs, net salvage costs?
So I think you've identified one of the problems of his method is that it is similar in the sense that what you're looking at is costs compared to, I guess, what you're accruing. But so to the extent that his method is similar to that, then it's not really consistent with the uniform system of accounts because it's recovering costs after they've occurred. I think he would say that his method is somewhat different than that because he's trying to develop a future net salvage accrual. But I think that gets to the heart of what part of the problem is that it's not based on a sound analysis that will extrapolate into the future. It's just looking at what's happened in the past.
Okay, so am I correct that one of the main concerns that you have with Mr. Dunkel's net salvage method is that it would impose higher costs on future customers relative to current customers?
I mean, that would be one of my concerns. I mean, my biggest concern is that it doesn't work mathematically. But the consequence of that is that I think it will under recover net salvage, which will mean higher costs for future customers, both in higher depreciation expense in order to pay for those costs, as well as a higher rate base and therefore higher return on rate base.
Well, you say it doesn't work mathematically, but isn't it true that under both methods, all of the utilities costs will be recovered?
If things are trued up at the end, I suppose so with his method, but you're not supposed to just recover all costs. You're supposed to do it equitably over the service lives of assets and doing it in a way that backloads things so that it's similar to expensing net salvage would not accomplish that goal.
So when you say equitably, you're saying that Mr. Dunkel's proposed method is not equitable to a particular generation of customers?
Yes, it won't allocate net salvage costs equally over the life of a group of assets because of the way the math works out. Because again, future net salvage is not a function of the dollar amount that's been spent in recent years. It's a function of the assets that will be retired in the future.
So your position, if it's not fair to a particular class of customers, but do you argue anywhere in your testimony or as you sit here today that Mr. Dunkel's net salvage method is not fair or equitable to the company?
I don't know if I've said in that many words. I don't think it's fair to future customers or the company, I suppose, in the sense that it doesn't achieve intergenerational equity and allocate depreciation the way you're supposed to.
You think it would result in financial harm to the company?
I think in the context of this particular case, it very much could, given that OCC also has testimony about the future of the gas industry and that depreciation should be considerably higher than what I've proposed. So I think that there very much is a risk of that here.
Thank you, Mr. Alice. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I think that's it for the authority staff. Okay. OCC, please.
Good afternoon, Tom. We open the Office of Consumer Counsel. We're going to start with cross-examination from Mr. Dunkel. We have some slides we want to put on the screen, so we're just getting the computer set up.
I'm a consultant working with the OCC on depreciation. We've bumped into each other a few times before, obviously.
Maybe once or twice. Good to see you.
I will show you in a second your response to OCC 357. This request asked about your testimony in which you referred to estimates of other gas companies. And your response refers us to OCC 053, attachment 1. So we will now show you that response and at least the first page or two of the attachment. We can move to the attachment. Just go down a page or two. There you go. Yes. A little bit more. Go down just a hair more. Nothing else, huh? Okay. Do you remember this response, and was there attached to it a huge attachment that had data pertaining to approximately 80 companies?
Yes, I do remember this response. I think actually, when you were paraphrasing it earlier, my response, at least to Part A, also points out that the statement of my testimony was based on my experience and others in the firm, and I've provided a listing of estimates to help summarize that. But that statement in my testimony wasn't based just on this data. It's also on all the depreciation studies I've worked on through the years.
Okay. And we're showing you, I think, one of the pages from this large document. Is it correct that you provided data from approximately 80 utilities, gas utilities nationwide?
I don't recall the exact number, but
Okay.
that sounds like it's within the order of magnitude of what would be in that, yes.
Okay, is it correct that pertaining to account 380, which is services, which is one of the very large accounts, is it correct on this attachment, the highest negative net salvage number you or any member of your firm had proposed for any gas utility other than CNG and SCG was a negative 160%?
I don't have the whole thing in front of me right now. That sounds to me like that may be correct with the current incarnation. I might have had higher estimates for PG&E in a previous case than that as well. But
Was that on this chart that you
I
provided?
don't think it would have been on this one because it would have been a prior study.
Okay. Is it correct that in this case, for the company CNG, you are recommending a negative 100% net salvage for services?
So you said 100%?
Negative 180%.
That is correct. And that's the same estimate as in the previous study and as is currently used as well.
Oh, is for the largest service account, which is plastic, is your testimony plastic is currently approved at negative 180?
Sorry, you asked about services in general, and you're right, there's a couple accounts there. So the current ones are 180, 180, and 165. So relatively close to 180 then.
So you are for the largest plastic sub-account, you're proposing to make it more negative than it currently is?
Yes, and similar to the other accounts too, I don't necessarily see a reason why they'd be as that different from one another here.
And that negative 180 is higher than the negative 160, which is the highest your firm had recommended for any of these other jurisdictions that were provided to us. Is that correct?
If you state it that way, yes. I mean, we had recommended 180 in the previous study for this company in 2017, I believe. But if you stated specifically with other jurisdictions, the way you said it, then yes.
Thank you. We'll change subjects now. I show you your response to OCC 389. Is it correct in the second sentence to response to Part A, you say, the company's historical practice has not been to physically remove most pipe from the ground? Is that something you said?
Yes, and of course, there are still substantial removal costs, even if the pipe's not removed from the ground, but yes.
And is it correct that in the first sentence of your response to Part B, you say, if mains or services were removed from the ground rather than retired in place, the cost would be several times higher?
Yes, and that's a reason why potentially cost removal could increase in the future too, if that happens to be a requirement.
Next, we'll show you the CNG response to OCC 359. And in this response, CNG agrees that at least 90% of the CNG mains and services retire in place. Do you dispute the fact that at least 90% of the CNG mains and services retire in place?
Go ahead, yeah.
No, we do not dispute that.
Thank you. I show you pages from your depreciation study which show the CNG net salvage data for account 380 services. And specifically, we'll go to page 143, first of all. And looking at the second to last column, which is entitled net salvage amount. Is it correct that the highest net salvage amount that has ever been recorded for this company for services is less than 2.1 million?
Yes, but I'd also point out that the highest retirement amount is just a little bit, is like 1.3 million, which compares to a plant balance of about 356 million. So that kind of gets to my point that both those numbers are going to have to go up in the future to,
And that,
for the full investment in the account.
and the retirement amounts you show in this column are the original costs that retired that year, which original costs were recorded decades earlier, correct?
Well, it depends, I guess, on how you use decades. They're not many decades earlier. It looks like the average age of retirements is a little more than 20 years for this account, which is pretty similar to the average age of plant currently in service.
Was the answer to my question yes?
No, it was no, because you said many decades earlier, and I wanted to clarify that part of it.
We'll get to that later. Now look at page.
Mr. Dunkel, was that just objection? Was that last remark a question or was it
No question, right?
commentary? Okay.
But we did, I agree, I believe that the maximum, the highest year on net salvage incurred was 2.1 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now look at page 145 of your depreciation study. Again, in the net salvage amount column at the bottom, there's a number of 1,594,871. Is that the average net salvage amount actually incurred, averaged over the last 5 years, per year average?
Yes, that would be the 5-year average of incurred net salvage for the period 2018 to 2022.
Okay. And looking at the heading of this table, that includes all the service sub-accounts. That includes steel and plastic and other services, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now we will discuss what you propose to charge ratepayers for net salvage in the same account 380. I show you the response to OCC 352. And in this response, the last portion of it is the portion in column E would be the portion of CNG's proposal associated with net salvage. Is that what you say?
That's what I say there, yes.
Thank you. Now looking at the next page, which is the attachment that was part of this same request. And we'll look at account 380, the line called services plastic. Is it correct that under your proposal, the annual accrual amount for net salvage, which is column E, would be 10,258,000 and change for plastic services?
I'm sorry, you said that's OCC 352 attachment 1, which you're showing right now?
This is the attachment to OCC 352 that we just talked about. Has something changed?
Are you saying that's an attachment that I put together?
It doesn't appear to have the company's header on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe this was a document that if we go back to the wording of the request, we provided this document and we said, do you agree with column E?
Right. So
And
this,
your answer was you agreed with column E.
yeah, no, that's fine. So this is a document you prepared that you asked about, and then I agreed with the amount that you have there that I can't see.
Exactly.
But can we zoom in on the amount? Because I can't really see it.
Can you just reference the document number of what you prepared? Just so I can pull it up.
I'm not sure what you mean document. but
It's, thank you, Jamie. It's OCC WWD-RE CNG 3.
That's true. This has been attached to my direct testimony as an exhibit, if you'd like to see it again.
Thank you. I just wanted to pull it up 'cause in case my eyes aren't that great.
Okay.
You're showing the document from your testimony?
Yes. But this was sent to you. This was attached to the discovery request. You answered that you agreed with the numbers essentially, and we're going from there.
No, I'm not disputing that. I just
Okay.
wouldn't mind having it in front of me if I could. I got it here. Oh, I see it. You mind asking the question again?
Pull up, please. $10 million figure. Up a little bit. Okay, go down. Okay, there's 10 million. Highlight it, you've got it. Thank you, right there. I'll ask you the question again. On the line which is called 380 services plastic, is it correct that under your proposal, the annual accrual amount for net salvage, which is column E, would be 10,258,000 and change just for plastic services?
Yes, in order to allocate the future net salvage costs equitably, you would need an accrual of that amount.
Okay. And that's just for plastic. Is it also correct that for steel services, the accrual for net salvage under your proposal would be another additional slide across there? $1.6 million roughly.
Yes, that would be what you need to equitably allocate the net salvage cost for that account.
Okay, so if we added all of the accruals for platform services, we would have a number of approximately 1.8 million or I'm sorry, I've lost it here. Yeah. And you would have roughly 12 billion in that ballpark, right? 11.8 million?
It looks like it would be relatively close to 12 million, yes.
Okay. Now let's compare the two numbers we've just discussed. Is it correct the 11.8 million or 12 million we just looked at, which is the accruals under your proposal for net salvage, is approximately 7 times the 1.6 billion, which is the average net salvage costs actually incurred in the last 5 years?
Yes, and again, this is based on $640,000 of retirements, which would compare to $356 million of plan and service for this account. So it's not surprising that you would have differences between those two numbers. Like if you look at that, if you were to retire $640,000 a year for the rest of the life of the account, it would take 554 years to retire everything. So pretty clearly, you're going to have to retire more assets in the future. That's why you're accruing for a higher level of net salvage than you're spending right now. That's what's supposed to happen.
Okay. Now we'll talk about mains. Let's look again at the response to OCC 352. And again, the column E, which is the accrued amount for net salvage, or mains plastic. Is it correct you state you would accrue approximately $6 million for mains plastic under your proposal?
What was the number you said again?
It's count 376 plastic, mains plastic.
And sorry, what was the amount that you wanted me to confirm?
Roughly 6 million.
Yes, that's what's in column E there.
And for mains steel, approximately $2 million.
Looks like 2.2.
Okay. So the total accrual for the various mains sub-accounts would total a little over 9 or 8 million. Do you agree with that? Just for net salvage?
Yes.
Okay. I again show you your page from your depreciation study, which shows the net salvage for mains account. And this is page 133 is what we'll start. And looking down the net salvage amount, is it correct that the highest net salvage amount actually incurred by the company in any year is less than $2 million in the account 376 mains?
Yes, and I'd note as well that the highest retirement is 2.4 million compared to a plant balance of 476 million for mains.
Thank you. And looking at the heading, does this include every type of mains? This includes plastic mains and steel mains, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's look at page 135 of your same study. And there's a number at the bottom of the net salvage amount, which is some 1.2 million roughly. Is that the average annual net salvage cost actually incurred by the company in retiring mains in this account?
Yes, and for the same reasons I discussed with services, I would expect that number to have to increase quite a bit in the future.
And just to compare these two numbers, is it correct that the some 8.4 million annual accrual for net salvage that you recommend is roughly 7 times the 1.2 million average net salvage costs actually incurred by the company?
Yes, and as I talked about for services, that's both reasonable and appropriate.
Now let's look at page 20 of your rebuttal testimony. And starting on line 2, you state, in my experience, removal costs in more densely populated areas closer to major metropolitan areas on the east or west coast tend to have higher removal costs than other parts of the country. And importantly, the company's net salvage data supports that it would have a higher removal cost than most other utilities. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Now, referring back to your company net salvage data we previously looked at, is it correct that during the years when your company incurred an average of approximately 1.6 million per year for net salvage, you were at that time an East Coast company,
Are you asking about my company?
CNG?
Okay.
CNG was a West Coast company when it was incurring those costs, was it not?
I mean, I work for Gannett Fleming. I don't work for CNG. That's why what my confusion was. Are you asking about?
CNG was a West Coast utility during all the years when it was incurring 1.6 million in net salvage costs.
A West Coast?
East Coast, I'm sorry.
Yes, it was an East Coast.
Okay,
not
thank you.
West Coast.
New subject. I show you your response to OCC 678. In part B of this response, and I think it may be the second, yeah, he highlighted, how nice. Yeah, I think the highlight makes it harder to read. Thank you. Pull the highlight off, but thanks. That was a good try. You say the net salvage costs are equal to the original cost multiplied by the net salvage percent. Is that what you say?
This is in reference to, I think it's asking about figure 5 of my rebuttal testimony.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Since you're proposing a negative 100% net salvage percent for services, is it correct that if CNG retires in place a service line which has a $2,500 original cost, you would multiply that $2,500 original cost by 180% and include in your exhibit or your figure 4,500 as the claimed net salvage cost for that service, correct?
I think you said 100 before 180 at some point there.
180,
So
I'm
just to
sorry.
clarify that 180 is the number. In this example, yeah, that's how you're determining the costs that are shown in the graph figure 5.
Okay.
Which would be, I think, a higher percentage than the company has historically experienced.
So that's a yes.
Objection. I mean, it's asked and answered.
Okay. So in your calculation, the claimed cost to retire in place a service is 1.8 times whatever the recorded original cost of that service is.
Sorry, are you asking about in the study or this example or in the
In this
historical data?
example,
In this example and in the historical data, yes, that would be true.
please refer to page 9 of your direct testimony. And starting on line 17, you say, widespread electrification could lead to fewer customers and a decline in gas throughput. To be sure we understand the terms, is a possible widespread future greater use of electricity to heat homes and businesses with a declining percent using natural gas, one example of what you mean by widespread electrification.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Were you asking if what you just said was an example of what I mean by widespread electrification?
Is heating, switching from natural gas to electricity, an example of what you are concerned about as possible widespread electrification?
Yes, to clarify my response, yes. Electrification of heating would be one example. I
Okay.
consider with saying widespread electrification.
Please refer to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony. Starting on line 11, you say the unit of production depreciation method, quote, allocates capital costs based on consumption rather than equally over each year. This method allows depreciation accruals to vary over the asset's life, reflecting the actual usage each year. For example, if gas throughput declines by 50% by 2050, the unit of production method ensures that depreciation accruals are higher in the earlier years when the consumption is higher and decrease as consumption declines. Is that your testimony?
So that would be those lines of my testimony, yes.
Okay. If we accept the assumptions that this testimony is based upon, wouldn't widespread electrification mean for an electric utility, the consumption would be higher in the future than it is now? And therefore, if the unit of production method was applied to an electric utility, that means the depreciation accruals are lower now when the consumption is lower.
So I'd say no to that, actually.
No?
Because what's going to happen with widespread electrification is there's going to have to be a lot of CapEx on the electric side as well. And so you don't necessarily typically use units of production when there's increasing demand, because there's usually investment that goes along with that and it kind of evens out. What you have with the gas industry is a potential for declining demand, but not a commensurate decline in all the other costs. And there's a real kind of hockey stick explosion in rates that could happen as a result of that. So no, because the CapEx, the investments that will be needed in the electric system will tend to grow with that demand. I don't think that units of production would apply in the same way there.
Has there been any case in which you pre-filed testimony on behalf of an electric utility in which, because of possible widespread electrification, you stated that units of production should be adopted for the electric depreciation rates, which would mean electric depreciation rates would be lower now?
So, no, and for the reasons that I just explained, it would actually exacerbate that hockey stick if you tried to do something like that, because again, there's going to need to be a lot of electric investment to, I mean, I think the studies are showing peak loads increase by 100 to 150%. You're going to need to rebuild a lot of electric systems in order to accomplish that. And that will tend to grow with that increased demand. And again, the dynamics for the gas industry are potentially different if there's a big decline in demand.
Moving on, we previously read a quote from page 5 of your rebuttal testimony in which you said, for example, if gas throughput declines by 50% by 2050, is it correct 2050 is over 2.5 decades from now?
Yes, that question is correct.
Okay.
It's 26 years from now, I suppose. But this, yes.
Okay. Is it correct that if for the next 2.5 decades, CNG keeps adding investment on a business as usual basis, the vast majority of investment that might be in danger of being stranded in 2050 would be new investments that CNG would have added in the years between now and the year 2050?
I don't know how I'd be able to answer that. Unless depreciation is increased, you would not have, I think, recovered a lot of the costs that the investments that have already been made. And without knowing any specific numbers for the next 30 years, I don't know how I could possibly quantify that.
Well, let's help you. I show you the CNG report to the commission or the authority for the year 2022.
Can you, that's OCC 343 CNG attachment 6?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And first we'll look at page 69. And the last column shows the plant in service balance at the end of the year. I don't know if you can read it or not, but I have a number of, I'll call it 1.2 billion. Does that sound about right?
I'm sorry, what, I don't think I've seen this.
The plant
particular
in
document
service.
before. What is this that we're looking at?
This is the CNG report to PURA for the year 2022.
It's showing, so it's showing the, it's like a plant statement. It's showing the beginning balance, additions, retirements, that sort of thing. Okay.
Right.
And I can confirm the ending balance is 1,218,236,736.
Okay. And do you mind if I refer to that as 1.2 billion as a rounded number?
Works for me.
Okay. First of all, do you agree because of normal retirements that between now and the year 2050, some of that 1.2 billion that's now in service will retire prior to 2050? Does that make sense?
I mean, some percentage greater than zero. Of
Yes.
that will retire. Yes, I would agree
Okay.
with that.
And so the investment in the year 2022 and earlier vintages that will still be in service in the year 2050 will be less than 1.2 billion. Does that sound reasonable?
Could you rephrase that question to make sure I understood what you're asking them?
In the year 2050, the investments in the year 2022 and earlier vintages that will still be in service will be less than 1.2 billion.
I mean, I guess technically they'd have to be less than or equal to, but assuming there's at least one retirement, then they would be yes. They would be- Yeah, so to be precise, less than or equal to.
Now let's look at the additions column. Okay, sure. Now let's look at the additions column. During the year 2022, CNG added 79,000 and change in additions. Does that sound right from what this says?
79 million,
79 million, what did I say?
79,000.
Okay. All right, 79 million, thank you. Is it mathematically correct that if CNG continues to add at the rate of 79 million a year, they would add 2.2 billion in plant between now and 28 years from now, which is 2050?
You're asking if 79 million times 26?
Times 28, actually, since the year 2022.
$79 million times 28 would be 2,212,000,000.
Thank you. So I think we asked this before, isn't it correct that the investment, if the company continues having business as usual additions, that the majority of the investment that would be at risk from being stranded in the year 2050 would be investments they have not yet made?
Just to make sure I understand the question, your question is if the exact same amount of additions are added every year for the next 26 years, then that number would be greater than the current plant in service.
And the amount that would be stranded or in risk of stranding is investments they have not yet made.
So the first part of that question, the answer would be yes. The second part is I don't know because I don't know what would happen from a depreciation standpoint to either existing or new investment.
I'm not even asking about depreciation yet. I'm just saying you're worried about stranded investment. Isn't it correct? The majority of the possible stranded investment are investments the company has not yet made yet.
I don't understand how you can talk about stranded investments without talking about depreciation. So I don't think that part of your question can be answered without understanding what's going to happen with that in the future.
Okay, we'll move on. I show you your response to OCC 677. And this actually talks about some of your calculations, which you used unit of production. And you calculated some depreciation numbers using unit of production.
And I think correct me if I'm wrong, but it's asking about figure 1 on page 7 of my rebuttal testimony. And that's where I calculated units of production results that I think Dr. Hopkins had suggested might be something to look at. And I wanted to show what those numbers would look like.
Okay. Now, in discovery, we asked in calculating these unit of production expenses, did you use a negative 100%, negative 180% for services plastic? Is that correct? That is what you used?
Yes, it is. And then I also explained in the response that I think if anything, that's probably too low under the scenarios we'd be looking at for units of production, with the reason being that if you say have like a zonal electrification project or something like that, removal costs for retirement only projects are higher than they are for replacement projects. The reason for that is if you go out and replace, say, gas main, mobilization costs, permitting costs, those things kind of get shared between the new assets and the existing ones. If you're doing a removal only project, all those costs go to the removal. So I actually think that my analysis and my calculations in this figure 1 probably, if anything, understate what depreciation would be under those kind of future decarbonization scenarios.
Okay, move to a different new subject here. From the Code of Federal Regulations, I show you the FERC Uniform System of Accounts definition of depreciation.
Can you just reference where this one is so I can pull it up?
It's Uniform System of Accounts, FERC. I'm sure you have Uniform System of Accounts.
We do. I'm just trying to pull it up where it is in the record.
I don't know if this is in the record yet.
Okay.
I guess the question to Attorney Wheel, if this is not in the record, how does the OCC, I'm asking Attorney Wheel, how does the OCC propose to address questions relating to this document?
It is in the record. Go ahead.
One moment. I'm told that it is in the record as quoted in the direct testimony. I would also ask, I hate to interrupt, Mr. Ellis, are you familiar with the Uniform System of Accounts?
I am familiar with it. And to be clear to the statement earlier, the definition is in the record, but the Uniform System of Accounts isn't.
We're just using the definition.
Okay, so all we're going to talk about is the definition?
Correct.
Oh. I'm pretty sure that's in one of my testimonies too.
All right. Now, according to the Uniform System of Accounts, the FERC well, let me ask also, does your company, not your company, but CNG rely on the Uniform System of Accounts? Is what the controlling accounting you use?
We report to Pure on the annual report that we pulled up previously. I can get the reference using the Uniform System of Accounts.
Thank you.
So that it was OCC 343 CNG attachment 6. It utilizes the Uniform System of Accounts.
Thank you. The definition of depreciation starts as follows. Depreciation as applied to depreciable gas plant means the loss in service value not restored by current maintenance incurred in connection with the consumption or prospective retirement of gas plant in the course of service. Keywords, from causes which are known to be in current operation and against which the utility is not protected by insurance. Does it say from causes which are known to be in current operation?
I'm just going to object to the form of the question. I don't see keyword in there in that definition.
I said keyword.
So is that your emphasis?
Yes.
Okay. With that clarification, I will withdraw the objection.
So just to be, the question is, does the definition include the phrase causes which are known to be in current operation?
Yes.
The answer to that is yes.
Okay. On page 9 of your direct, starting on line 9, You say that the state has established a reduction target of ... admission levels 80% below 2001 levels by 2050. What is the first year the state established this target?
You mean the year in which that target was established?
Yes.
I don't recall that off the top of my head. I don't recall it off the top of my head.
Not off the top of our heads.
Was it well over a decade or a decade and a half ago?
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Is in your memory, was it within the last few years or it was somewhere around 2006 maybe?
If I recall correctly, there was stuff more than 10 years ago. There's probably been some since as well.
Okay.
I don't recall the exact dates because there's lots of these in lots of different jurisdictions I work in.
Let's look at slide 11, which is page something of your testimony. What page is that? I'm sorry. Page 9. Page 9 of your correct, okay. You said on line 17, you said widespread electrification could lead to fewer customers. I show you the company response to OCC 360. In this request, we asked for the number of CNG customers each year for several past years. Looking at the last page of the response, which shows the number of CNG customers for many years, is it true that the number of CNG gas customers is not declining, and in fact, it is increasing year over year?
Sorry, you're asking if through 2022, the number of customers did not decline?
On each year that's shown, which I think the first year is year 2007. And there, just for clarification, I think there's some earlier years also shown on another page of this, but from 2007 to 2022, is the number of customers declining year over year, or is it increasing year over year?
So this particular response was sponsored by the rates group that had just previously gone. I can tell you by looking at the schedule that 186,000 is higher than any of the other numbers on the schedule. But if you have particular questions on the schedule, we may want to get the rates group.
That's a fine answer. Thank you. No more questions.
We do have some questions from OCC staff, Rory Apollonia.
Hi, I'm Rory Apollonia. I'm an accounts examiner at OCC. I just have a couple questions. So I'm going to refer to exhibit CNG NWA 2, page 35. Okay. What was the reason for not visiting again all the sites listed under the May 9th, 2017 field trip?
Why I didn't visit them for this study?
Correct.
We try to pick a sampling each time we do a study, and obviously on any of these trips, you couldn't see the entire system. So we try to kind of cover cover a broader net by doing different ones when we can, when we come back, unless say something's changed or things like that. Logistics and stuff can impact it as well.
Okay. Would you consider May 9th, 2017 a recent field trip?
Generally speaking, yes, as far, I suppose, compared to the useful lives of the assets, yes.
Okay, thank you. Does the 1996 Public Utility Depreciation Practices Manual established by NARUC have a ruling relating to when specific assets must be visited?
Well, it's a textbook. I don't think it has rulings. I don't recall off the top of my head what it says about whether it says that or not.
Do you have the reference to it so I can pull it up so we can look at it?
No, I don't have it. It's just the title of the textbook, which is the 1996 Public Utility Depreciation Practices Manual established by NARUC.
I know it talks about the need to do site visits and things like that. I don't recall that it says specifics. And it would be interesting if it did, because that can depend on the company and the types of assets included and that sort of thing.
All right, so I just found out by Dunkel that he has one with him. So
Perfect.
I meant to bring mine. I left it at home yesterday by accident, so that works out well.
all right, that's all good. In the meantime, I'm just gonna proceed with my questions. So I'm gonna refer to the same exhibit, but pages 42 through 44. Okay, and for the net salvage, I assume you're there, right?
Yes.
Okay, for the net salvage, are you using depreciation studies which have been approved by other state regulatory commissions?
For the estimates for this company? What do you mean?
Yeah, for the estimates for the company. So if you go to pages 42 through 44, you were citing two depreciation studies that you previously performed. I would just like to know if they were actually approved by other state regulatory commissions.
Could you point me to the specific citation?
We're in 42 and 44. I don't see.
Okay, I'll just skip that. We do have the textbook here, so I'm gonna go back to my previous question.
Like a
So-
binder, not a textbook, but we'll take it.
All right. So does that binder, I know you just got it right now, but do you think it has any language relating to when specific assets must be visited?
I don't recall. While I've read this several times, I may not know every single page. I know it talks about site visits. I don't recall if it says the number or things like that. What I can say is that the process we take is pretty industry standard. We will go out and see a sampling of facilities each time we do a study. Depending on the types of assets and the size of the company and how far spread out everything, it may vary. But what we've done for this study and the previous study is fairly typical for those we and I think other depreciation experts do across the country.
Okay, thank you for that. So can a trend, I'm gonna go back to exhibit CNG NWA 2, pages 42 through 44. And my question is, can a trend of increasing net salvage be confirmed if depreciation studies were not performed?
You're asking for like a specific company?
No, just I guess any company. So can Can you create a trend of increasing net salvage if depreciation studies were not performed for that company?
You would have to look at the net salvage data to assess that, which I guess you could do without doing a complete depreciation study. But generally, you'd see that in depreciation studies.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to Exhibit CNG and WA3.
Don't die on me.
Don't worry.
Okay. You good?
I'm fine, yes, and don't worry. I'll stay right here.
Perfect.
All right. Why did you propose new survivor curves for natural gas storage and processing plants?
Sorry, which page are you referring to?
I'm just referring to the exhibit, which is Exhibit CNG NWA3.
You said new survivor curves for,
I can repeat the question. So the question is, why did you propose new survivor curves for natural gas storage and processing plant accounts 361 through 363.5 when probable retirement date? Well, yeah, when probable retirement date of June 2024. No, June 2042 has not changed.
okay, so you're asking about for those 360 series accounts. Why different, I guess, interim survivor curves when the probable retirement date didn't change?
Correct.
And I mean, that would be a reflection of there's additional statistical analysis and things like that. So it would be a reflection of the data and the study and that sort of thing.
Okay. So same exhibit. Am I correct to state that account 376.2 mains plastic is retired in place?
I think most commonly plastic mains are retired in place, but you do still have to excavate and cut and cap each ends, purge gas. There's a lot of activities associated with that.
Okay. Am I correct to state that account 376.2 mains plastic way of retirement did not change since the final decision docket number 180516 was issued?
Generally, it probably didn't, but there could be various things associated with those projects that could have changed, like different permitting requirements or all kinds of stuff.
Okay. Same exhibit. What was the cause to increase negative net salvage percent of account 381.1 meters AMR to -5?
Yeah, so when we looked at meters for this study, I didn't see any reason why meters and AMR meters would have significantly different estimates. And so you actually see that one of them goes from 10 to -5 and one of them goes from 0 to -5. And so they're kind of being aligned there.
Okay, and that was your call to bring it from the numbers you just stated, increasing the negative?
Yes, yeah, those would be the estimates that I recommend based on the results of our study.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna go back to NWA 2 exhibit. And I'm gonna go to page 60. Okay. Can you explain your reasoning for selecting an Iowa 90 L0 curve for account 362 gas holders when no placements occur on the chart?
Yeah, sure. So for this account, there wouldn't have been as extensive or definitive historical data. The 90L0 is an interim survivor curve describing interim retirements associated primarily with the tank at the LNG facility here. The 90L0 is based on kind of what we've seen for other similar facilities and estimates of others and that sort of thing, because there wasn't as much data as, for example, you see on the next page that supports that 40L1 that I think you were referencing earlier.
Correct. All right, so for my last question here, we're gonna go to page 94. And can you explain how the survivor ratio gets calculated for age at beginning of interval 39.5 of the account 380.1 services, other original life table?
Sure, you just want to, how you calculate the 0.9998 survivor ratio for age 49.5?
Yeah, I would like to know how you confirm that.
So the exposures are basically the balances that had reached that age of 49.5. And then the retirements are the retirements that would be recorded between age 49.5 and age 50.5. So basically at age 50. The retirement ratio in the next column, that 0.0002 is equal to the 66 in retirements divided by the 282,490 in exposures. And then the survivor ratio is equal to 1 minus the retirement ratio.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Tom, we open the Office of Consumer Counsel. I think I only have 4 questions. I see the clock. So, Mr. Alice, Mr. Apollonia asked you a question and handed you a copy of the Public Utility Depreciation Practices Manual. Are you familiar with that manual generally?
Yes.
Did you use any of the standards in that manual in developing your analysis?
Yes, I reference it with depreciation studies, and I would say that pretty much any of the methods, including the net salvage method I've used here, are described in that manual.
Thanks. Could you provide that in a late filed exhibit, please?
Provide what, the whole manual?
Yes, please.
Just copyright concerns would be my concern there. It's
Yeah, I think it's a book, right?
yeah, it's a book. So
I think if Mr. Dunkel's a witness, I think if there's specific pages he wants to provide, or we could provide,
yeah. I mean, I think there's a
Sure.
way to do that, but I don't know that I can just go scan my entire book and provide
Sure.
that.
Could you provide the sections that you reference in your reference or rely on in your analysis as a late filed exhibit?
Like the ones that are quoted, for example, in my testimony, you mean?
Yes.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So, late file exhibit 209 would be to provide excerpts from the NARUC manual relied on in Mr. Alice's direct and rebuttal testimony. I assume.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You also, in response to Mr. Apollonia's question, I believe responded that you couldn't recall whether that manual includes provisions related to when assets should be visited. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't recall the specifics it says about site visits, other than I know it talks about them.
Okay, could you provide that as a read-in? What that manual says about site visits?
You're asking me to go through the whole book and find the specific references to site visits?
No, I'm just asking So if your response was that you can't recall what the manual says, I'm asking if you can review the manual and respond to the question just as it was asked, which was what the general guidance in the manual is as to site visits.
I guess I'm not sure that could be done without going through the manual in some detail to figure it out.
Okay, Attorney Venora, is there a request then?
I guess I'd phrase it as an objection then, unless the OCC could point to a specific section that they want the witness to react to.
Yeah, the basis of my question was just, I think it's common practice for when a witness on the stand can't recall the answer to a question or testifies that they can't remember the answer at the moment. It's common practice for us to request a read-in for the witness to have an opportunity to review whatever documentation they need in order to refresh their recollection. So that's the nature of my request.
Okay, Attorney Venora, is there an objection?
Yeah, I'm going to maintain my objection because usually I agree with what Attorney Wheel just said, but usually it's a document that the company or the witness has provided or sponsored, such as testimony or support papers or discovery response. Here, they're showing him a textbook, which we have agreed, and we will provide excerpts in the late filed exhibit, but it puts the witness in a difficult spot to have to go through the entire manual to, satisfy himself that he can answer the question that Mr. Wheel's asking.
Okay, Attorney Venora, is the objection to timing, would the objection be maintained if the request was converted to a late file?
If I may, I'm struggling a little bit with the need to go through an entire textbook and find citations that somebody else wants. I mean, I know it may talk, I don't even know what it said. I don't know the extent of details it talks about site visits because I don't recall that part of it. It's not something I rely on to schedule my site visits, for example. So it seems kind of weird to ask me to go through an entire textbook to read it for somebody else.
Yeah, so I'll adopt that as part of my response and maintain the objection. So I think a late filed exhibit would not be reasonable because they are trying to really put in testimony through the company's witness on something he hasn't relied on for his judgment in terms of doing field visits.
And maybe this might be resolved perhaps by Mr. Ellis. What I heard you testify to earlier was that you were aware generally that the textbook does provide guidance, but you couldn't recall what it said. I think what I just heard you say is that you're not sure what guidance it provides, which in my mind is a different response.
But I don't even know the guidance is the right word. I mean, I do recall that it'll say that like information from site visits is something that should be considered, but I don't recall whether to the extent it says any more about that or how you're supposed to do them. And I don't know that it does.
Thank you. Given that, I'd retract my question on the basis that it was my understanding that the witness was aware of some information he couldn't recall. I think it's different that the testimony is he's not aware whether that information exists at all.
Okay, I don't think that's what he testified to, but he said what he said.
Thank you. My only other question, Mr. Apollonia asked you a question regarding Exhibit CNG NWA2. The question was about previous studies, and he gave you a page range you were unable to locate. On page 36 of that exhibit, I'll wait for you to get there.
I'm there.
In the middle paragraph, the last sentence, I'll just read the fragment that I'm referencing. It says, and the survivor curve estimates from previous studies of this company and other gas companies. What studies are you referencing there?
I mean, to be precise, it's a reference to my general experience, right? So that would be every study I've worked on, and then I've reviewed results of lots of other studies we've done, been involved in, in various ways, shape, and form, more than 100 cases probably in the last 5 years, including helping out other colleagues of mine again at Fleming. So it's in reference to all of that.
Okay. And on page 38, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line down, I'll start on the 4th line. Actually, it says, the investment in this account has increased since the previous study due to the recent modernization of Rocky Hill LNG plant. What study are you referencing there?
The previous depreciation study for CNG.
Okay. And last question, the next paragraph down, second sentence says the existing estimate from the previous service life study. Is that also the previous?
Yes.
Thank you. Those were all my questions. And that concludes OCC's cross of this panel.
Thank you, Attorney Inoue. Attorney Wright. DOE. Commissioner Karen. I have no questions. Attorney Venora, I would like to do redirect of this panel tonight. So if you need 5 minutes.
Sure, we can take 5 minutes and talk and be right back.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Gillette, so the company has no redirect.
Okay, thank you. Then I think we're gonna wrap up for the night. And I'll just give fair warning to folks, I do intend to finish tomorrow. So, I think we had previously heard that the company may have less cross for the OCC witness than is listed.
Yeah, we actually will not have any cross for the OCC witness.
Ah.
Subject to if anything new comes in on direct exam. But we're not intending to cross at least for the CNG portion.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Then we will definitely finish tomorrow. So if we can be ready to go at 10 a.m. With the OCC's panel up first. And I think we're all caught up on read-ins and any outstanding administrative matters. I would ask that everyone come with outstanding administrative matters for tomorrow before we wrap up, recognizing that we're back for late file hearings in like 2 weeks. But we'll see everyone back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.